BCS rules. Read this first. This article is designed to help first-time Battalion Combat Series players learn the rules. In most ways, BCS is a traditional hex and counter wargame, but there are new concepts that players need to learn. Above all, players must learn the rules for formations and units, and understand the different roles that they have in gameplay. Formations and units. In wargames, each counter typically represents one unit: division, regiment, battalion, company, etc. And these units are the focus of the player's actions in playing the game. While units are approximately battalion-sized in BCS, these units are organized in groups called formations. Formations are the higher organizations, brigades or divisions, the unit counters were historically assigned to. I believe players should read the BCS rules dealing with formations before reading the rules dealing with units. When players play a BCS game, they need to think about how to operate their formations before they move and fight the formation's internal units. So, to learn the BCS rules, new players should work through the table of contents in the following order. Read sections 1, 2, and 3 first, and the glossary. Pay special attention to case 1.1e, unit types, and the glossary. These contain descriptions and definitions for terms and concepts that will be explained in depth in the remainder of the rules. There is no need to memorize them, but refer back to these two cases frequently. The glossary section is especially helpful in determining what is meant by a number of new terms used in BCS that are not in other wargames. Players frequently skip reading the glossary section, figuring they know it is there and will look things up when needed. But giving it a real read before hitting the rules themselves is helpful in getting a start at understanding what things mean. Skipping it leaves them scratching their head later and not fully appreciating the information packed into that section of the rules. Sections 1.3 through 1.9 involve core concepts, introduced in 1.2, which are key throughout the game and need to be understood as they affect units at multiple times in the turn sequence and in multiple ways. Section 2 contains the sequence of play for a game turn. This sequence of play will be familiar to players of other wargames, but players should note the assignments phase. Assignment is an important rule affecting both artillery and support of formations. The activation phase is the heart of the game, so it has its own sequence of play. Section 3 details the sequence of player activations in the activation phase. New players should read this section carefully and refer to it frequently when learning to play. Experienced players should do the same thing because most errors in gameplay can be traced to not following this sequence carefully. Learning formations. Understanding formations is central to playing any BCS game. After reading sections 1, 2, and 3, new players should review the sections below again. They detail rules that affect formations. Most of the gameplay concepts that prompt questions from new players are described in these sections. They contain many of the new concepts in BCS. Sections 1 and 3 describe the key concepts affecting formations: command radius, objectives, snafu and mixing, and prepared defense. The support booklet also contains a detailed example of a complete formation activation. Remember, as stated in case 2.5, players are activating formations one by one, alternating between opposing sides. I strongly urge new players to wait to read through the play example in this booklet until they have read through all the rules. Many of the details in the example describe how to use units as well as formations. As I have stated, it is important when learning BCS to understand formations before adding in the details of handling a formation's units. Case 1.3, Formations. The central building block. Case 1.4, Command Radius, simply states that the units of a formation operate normally within a defined distance of the headquarters unit. In BCS, formations can operate when units from other formations are mixed In BCS, formations can operate when units from other formations are mixed together, but they do so with significant penalties. Case 3.3, Objectives, introduces an important concept that requires players to focus the combat activities of a formation's units. Formations in BCS have three basic methods of applying combat power against enemy units: engagements, attacks, and barrage missions. Simply stated, all attacks and barrage missions must occur within an objective zone, which is defined by the placement of an objective marker at the beginning of a formation's activation. A player must decide where to place his available objective markers before he moves any of a formation's units. Case 3.2, Snafu, is the need to keep formations well defined and with their needed main supply routes well defined and arranged to allow them to operate efficiently. Your ability to do so relative to your opponents will show in the activity levels your formations manage versus what his do. If you are running at 90% and he is creeping along at 40%, your forces will do very well in comparison. Snafu is a simple procedure that requires a formation to make a die roll at the beginning of every activation. If the modified roll is 2, the formation fails to activate. Roll 3, 4, 5, 6, and the formation can make a partial activation. And if the roll is 7 or more, the formation gets a full snafu and obtains full capabilities. The procedure is simple. The details are in the list of DRMs. The snafu die roll is modified primarily by the state of a formation's supply line, but it is also modified by the formation's coordination and fatigue state. Studying the DRM list and the snafu result effects table will pay dividends in understanding how snafu affects gameplay. Playing BCS for any length of time will convince you that another name for this rule could be Murphy's Rule. What can go wrong with a formation activation will go wrong, and at the worst possible time. Cases 3.2c, Coordination, and 3.2d, Mixed Formations, simply describe when one formation is interfering with another friendly formation. Formations are penalized when they move through or overlap with other friendly formations. Players must think about the location and actions of their formations before they consider the movements and actions of individual units. Case 1.7, Prepared Defense, describes the capabilities and penalties applied to formations which are placed in a prepared defense status. Prepared defense is a formation state that a player must choose to apply at the beginning of an activation before determining how the formation will activate. Formations placed in prepared defense gain defensive combat benefits at the cost of restricting their movement and offensive combat capabilities. Case 4.7, Headquarters and Combat Trains, detail the rules for headquarters units and the combat trains needed to keep them functioning. Headquarters have two primary functions. First, headquarters define the center of a formation's area of operations, where that formation's units must operate. And second, headquarters, in combination with that formation's combat trains, define the formation's supply line. Understanding formation supply lines is important for using formations efficiently in the game. Case 3.1, Main Supply Routes, and Case 4.7, Headquarters and Combat Trains, define the logistics rules for BCS. In BCS, the traditional trace and unblocked line of hexes from a unit to its supply source, supply line definition, is expanded by these rules. There is a supply line from an individual unit to a supply source, but that line has three parts rather than a simple trace. The first part is the connection between a unit and its formation headquarters. This part is controlled by command radius and safe path. MSR is the path leading from the headquarters through the combat trains and then on to a game-specific defined supply source. The MSR path from a headquarters to a combat train is slightly different from the path beyond the combat train and to a supply source. Study these rules carefully. especially those describing what happens when enemy action requires an HQ or combat train to retreat. Case 1.5, Support, details the rules for support. Support is a formation property. A formation's support is created by assigning support-capable units to the formation. These units, in turn, provide the support functions to the formation's units. The presence or absence of various types of support has important combat and zone of control effects on a formation's capabilities. Support is one of the game concepts in BCS that generates many player questions. New players should read this case carefully. Most support-capable units can exist in two states, real or support, while a few can only be support. Units providing support do not occupy any specific map location. Think of support as being broken into small subunits distributed to other units of their formation. Many units capable of providing support can be concentrated into a unit counter and can then operate as normal, real units on the map. When units capable of providing support are concentrated as a real unit, they no longer provide support to any other units. New players should read Case 1.5 slowly and carefully. Case 2.1, Reinforcements, describes how reinforcing units enter the map. Reinforcements in BCS act much as they do in other games. Players just need to remember that in some situations, reinforcements could be assigned to specific formations. Case 2.2, Replacements, details the rules for acquiring and using replacement points, repels, to rebuild units in BCS. Players should note that both reinforcements and replacements are placed or used in the reinforcements segment at the start of each turn. Case 2.3, Assignment, details the assignment process, which allows independent units and artillery points to be functional parts of a given formation. Independent units are units that do not have a permanent formation assignment printed on the counter. These units can be traded between formations using the procedures in this case. Artillery in BCS is shown as artillery points. Some artillery points are assigned permanently to formations and are listed on the headquarters counter. Other artillery points are assignable to formations as the player wishes. These are shown as markers which can be placed on the map with the headquarters counter or stored off-map as the player chooses. Case 1.8, Fatigue, tracks the cumulative effects of continuing combat on a formation's performance. A formation's fatigue level operates as a negative DRM on the snafu die roll. Fatigue level may increase depending on a die roll made each time a formation completes an activation. The probability that this die roll will increase fatigue increases as the scale of a formation's combat operations increases, from barrage to engagement to attacks. Formations can improve fatigue level by conducting recovery during an activation. Case 3.6, Isolation, defines the effects on units when they are cut off from a connection to their formation headquarters. Units lose steps when they are located outside of their formation's command radius and/or the unit has no safe path. Learning units. Learning units. Okay, got it. The above should provide a new player with an understanding of how formations operate in BCS. New players should now read sections 4 and 5 to learn the rules for operating units in BCS. For players experienced in other Hex Encounter wargames, these sections will be more familiar. Section 4, Movement, and Section 4.3, Zones of Control, detail the rules controlling how units move on the map. Movement is the familiar hex-by-hex movement controlled by a unit's movement allowance and map terrain. Zones of control are slightly more complex, and there are differences between the normal zone of control, zones of control provided by assigned support, and zones of control of units made up of anti-armor weapons. 5. Combat. Combat contains the rules defining the 3 methods of combat between opposing units. Players need to learn all 3 types. First, barrages by artillery, air, and vehicular weapon systems. The latter making what is called attacks by fire, which are resolved on the same barrage table as would artillery, using a separate column and its own section, 5.3. Attack by fire is slightly less effective than some single artillery or airpoint barrage. Okay. Second, engagements between ranged anti-armor weapons. Third, attacks, which could be regular attacks similar to normal wargame attacks, or shock attacks, which are akin to familiar wargame overrun attacks. Finally, after reading all these rules sections, new players can read the complete activation example with hopefully better understanding.
Battalion Combat Series Rules. Introduction. The Battalion Combat Series is a simulation of grand tactical warfare from the advent of mechanized armies in the late portion of World War I to the present. It was created to show that warfare at this level has its own distinct nature and behaviors, a level wedged between tactical and operational warfare. It is neither a large-scale version of one nor a small-scale version of the other. BCS attempts to find the best balance between simulation accuracy and playability, and not compromise either unduly. Doug Fitch's primer article on page 11 and Lynn Brower's Read This First article on page 8 of the support book are great ways to start. Enjoy, and thank you for your gaming. Dean. So that's game design, testers, editing, just credits, table of contents. Introduction, basics, units, core concepts, formations, command radius, blah, 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 blah. Fatigue, fire events, preparedness, safe paths, fog of war. Game turn sequence, reinforcements, replacements, assignment, orders, activations, formation activation sequence, main supply route. So I don't know what any of this, or I don't remember what any of this stuff is. Snafu, objectives, activities, cleanup, isolation. That's 3.6. And then here, fatigue, movement, terrain, stacking, zones of control, engagement zones, screening, HQs, voluntary retreats, realistic movement, combat, regular, and shock attacks, engagements, attack by fire, barrage, retreats, advance after combat, odd situations, urban warfare, formation destruction, attacks from off-map, planned fatigue, standoff AV versus red support, glossary. Okay, so all of that will make sense as we get to it. Basics. Scale. Most units are battalions. A hex ranges from 1 kilometer to slightly over 1 mile, depending on the needs of the game. 1 game turn represents 1 day of actual activities. Game rules will state that game's exact ground and unit scales. Note that there is no concept of morning and afternoon associated with initial and second activations. Okay. The series rules. Each BCS game contains both series and game rulebooks. The series rules contain rules applicable to all series games. The rules booklet concentrates all the series rules in a format that follows the sequence of play as much as possible. Okay. It also includes the Master Series Index. Okay. 2 special characters are used. The diamond is a bullet point list, but not a list of specific requirements or restrictions, as is the case with the check. The check indicates a list of requirements or restrictions. The game rules. The game rules give the details needed for a specific game, including special rules, scenarios, and setup information. Where the game rules and the series rules disagree, the game rules, including scenario and setup instructions, take precedence. The support booklet. The support booklet includes the main designer's notes, the larger examples of play, and the more extensive commentary originally included in the main rulebook, as well as the charts and tables that are only needed on less common occasions. Map. Every fifth hex row is numbered, but hex numbers count all the hexes. So B21.32 is the 21st hex column, so that would be like left to right, 2 hexes above the 30th hex row on map B. Okay? Only hexes with half a hex or more showing are playable, and they use the same hex format in SCS where they only show the numbers on every fifth row or column or whatever that is. Units cannot conduct off-map movement. Retreating off-map is allowed. The player can retain reinforcements off-map until he chooses to have them enter. Okay? Hexes with half a hex or more showing. Okay. Setup notes. The game rulebook contains setup information for the various scenarios presented. Except as amended in the game rulebook, always apply the following. Within X always means at or within X hexes. Units can set up anywhere within a zone specified to include its boundary lines, provided no unit starts in a hex they could not enter during movement. Units can set up on either counterside as restricted by terrain. If a number is shown in brackets, such as 3, it is the unit's current available steps. If no value is given, the unit starts at full strength. If a unit is listed as in support, you can place it near the headquarters or off-map as desired, and give the headquarters the appropriate support marker. Units only start in support if listed as such in the setup. The first turn. Modify the first phases of every scenario. The scenario specifies the first player for the first turn, and might list other times where the first player is designated. On all other turns, make the normal dice roll to determine the first player. The weather may be predetermined. Roll for weather and air points normally, if not predetermined by the scenario. Do not roll for replacement points. There is no assignment phase. Orders, optional, can be freely assigned on the first turn, except that any formation listed in the setup in prepared defense must remain that way at least until turn 2. A formation listed as done in the setup may not activate during the first turn. Set its formation activation marker aside for the next turn. A formation listed as used in the setup must accept a second activation during the first turn. Must attempt. Right, a formation listed as used in the setup must attempt a second activation during the first turn. Okay? Sure. Units. Units are any counter in play that is not any type of game marker, for example, artillery or airpoint markers. Headquarters, combat trains, and support units are considered units, even though they have special requirements and representations that are different from, say, a run-of-the-mill infantry unit. Important. The unit capabilities chart provides a list of each unit type's available functions. Unit values. Assault arrow. This symbol is used to identify units as attack capable. Only attack capable units can be the attack unit in a regular attack. Movement allowance. A unit's movement allowance, or MA, is the maximum available number of movement points available. Let me see if I can find an example of the attack. Okay, I think that white arrow means attack capable. Okay. Movement class, MA class. The number's color shows the unit's movement allowance class on that counter side. A red movement allowance is tactical. A black movement allowance is truck. And a white movement allowance is leg. Do they have an example here? Yeah. Okay, so that's the movement allowance. Red means tactical. Okay. And it doesn't have the arrow. I guess because it's not an infantry. Okay, this one has the arrow. That one has the arrow. Okay. Where was I? Design note. These are the same as their OCS predecessors, except tactical has replaced tracked as armored cars are included. Armor value and range. Rated by vehicle and gun. Vehicles have only one number. Range is assumed to be 1 hex if no value is printed. Okay, so that's this number here. Okay. Action rating. A rating from 0 to 5 best, representing a unit's leadership, training, morale, and the unit's other soft qualities. Okay, so the action rating is that number there. Okay, and that's the range. Got it. So in this infantry unit, I guess the top, that 3 is the action rating. And there's no range. Yeah, there we go. Got it. Steps. Steps measure unit resilience. They are the number of losses a unit can absorb and remain effective. Units are rated for their size and organization. The printed step value on a unit is its full strength. A unit can never obtain more steps than this number. Any unit without a step loss marker is assumed to be at full strength. Okay, I'm wondering if these show steps on them. Oh, here we go. Steps available 3. Okay, and this one has 5. Okay, so that's what that is. Got it. Okay. Place a step loss marker under a unit that has suffered losses, set with the number facing the same way as the unit, indicating its remaining steps. Rotate and/or flip the marker as needed to show the current steps available when losses or rebuilds occur. When a unit's steps available becomes less than 1, send it to the dead pile. There are no other step loss effects beyond the unit's eventual removal. Okay. So, got the unit key, command radius. Well, there's a bunch of stuff here that we haven't learned about yet. So I'll probably refer back to this stuff as we continue reading. Units, combat trains, don't know what any of that is. Bunch of markers, don't know what any of this stuff is yet. So we'll come back to that. Types and special symbols, red AV, limited AV. Yeah, don't know what this is yet. Okay, this we did learn about, movement classes. Right. Unit sizes. Unit symbols, that's all pretty standard. Yeah, just use that as a reference. Unit counter sides. Most unit counters have 2 printed sides. The distinguishing feature between them is the movement allowance. The side with the lower movement allowance is called deployed or deployed side. The side with the higher movement allowance is called move or move side. If a unit has only one printed side, it is assumed to be showing its move side. The side printed on the physical counter's front will be the side most used. Okay. So I think what that means is like when you get the counters in their counter sheets, they have a front and a back, and just like the way it's punched. The front is the side that the punch, whatever the machine was that punches them, it's the side that it comes in on. So it's like pressed down, so the counter's kind of curved at the front edge, and then the back edge is a bit more flat. I don't know how to describe it. Important. The side currently showing defines that unit's capabilities using the unit capabilities chart. Design note. Many will note the similarity between the sides concept here and the modes as shown in the operational combat series. What I've done here is a bit looser than the OCS mode structure, and I wanted what the side shows to be different depending on the unit type involved, some of which aren't really a mode in any event. So dealing with the side showing gets the job done without any fuss. Okay. Not totally sure I follow, but unprepared units. An unprepared unit is one that is neither attack capable nor has an AV showing at the moment. Okay, so there's no attack. An unprepared unit has no zone of control, cannot attack or assist, cannot use prepared defense effects, cannot use support, cannot jump HQs or combat trains, cannot enter an enemy screen zone or an enemy-controlled victory hex, can spot for barrages, counts as a defender's second unit. Okay, well, I'm sure all of that will make sense when we get to those features. So this is just like a reference. Unit types. Intrinsic units. These are units with a formation affiliation on the right of their unit symbol, and in all the games except Last Blitzkrieg and Baptism by Fire have a colored bar on their counters. They only belong to that formation. Independent units. These units do not have a designation to the right of their symbol, nor any colored bar. They can be assigned to any formation where they will act like its intrinsic units. They can be left unassigned to any formation. They can be taken from one formation and assigned to another as the player might wish. So as an example, we've got this counter. So they're talking about this thing on the right. So if it has a thing on the right, it's an intrinsic unit. If it doesn't, then it's not. Do we have an example of that we can see? Let's see if I look at the other page. No, I don't see an example. Well, whatever. Let me see if I can see it. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's basically anything that doesn't have the thing on the right. Headquarters. Headquarters represent a formation's command and control hub. Combat trains. Combat trains are a formation's forward logistical establishment. Artillery. Artillery is not explicitly represented in the game, but has been abstracted into arty points. Arty points can be intrinsic, those printed on the headquarters counter, or shown via separate arty point markers that can be assigned to the headquarters as desired. Okay. Infantry. Any unit that has no printed armor value, AV number, is infantry for terrain DRM purposes on the combat table. So what is the armor? Where does that armor value show up? Let's look at this. Use this as a reference. Armor value. Red AV. Okay, so I think it's, if this is number is not in red, then I guess that's an armor value. Yeah, armor value. And then I wanted to see the artillery. Okay, so these are the artillery points on a headquarters. Okay, in two different places. That's okay. Sure. Dual units. A unit that is attack capable and has an armor value. Okay, we saw an example of that on the other page. AV units. An AV unit is one with an armor value. Variations on AV or dual units. Support. These are AV units dispersed into small groups among the formation's non-AV units to bolster them. Support units are not real units, as they have no specific location on the game map. Okay. Red AV units. A unit with a red AV showing. These units are more capable of offensive action than the other varieties of AV units. They can give a DRM on the combat table to the attack or defense of other units when in support. Okay, so an armor value. Oh, I see. So this is an infantry unit. It doesn't have an attack factor. Interesting. So any number there in the bottom left seems to be an AV value, an armor value. Okay, so that's not just a combat power value. Got it. Okay. Limited AV units. A unit with an outline AV showing. These units are more defensive in nature than red AV units. They suffer a penalty on the engagement table as a firer. They can give a DRM on the combat table to the defense, but not the attack of other units when in support. Standoff AV units. A unit with a black AV showing. These units are more defensive, like limited AV, but have uniquely long ranges and ability to be concealed. They can give a DRM on the combat table to the defense, but not the attack of other units when in support, but also have a target DRM on the engagement table. They are more difficult to hit on the barrage table. Unlike other support units, standoff units in support require stopping engagements when enemy AV units enter their host's zones of control. Okay. So any unit with a big black number in the bottom left is a standoff AV unit, I guess. Light AV units. A unit with a white AV showing. These units are more defensive in nature than red AV units, and equipped with low caliber weapons, for example machine guns, on vehicle mounts. They cannot initiate engagements as the firer. When in support, light AV units function exactly like limited AV. Okay. Hard units. These have a yellow background to their unit symbol based on the vehicles involved. Open-top armor or World War II mechanized infantry would not be shown as hard units. Breakthrough AV units. These have a breakthrough armor designation on their unit symbol. So is that that symbol? They use heavily armored vehicles to penetrate strong defensive positions. These units are always qualified to conduct shock attacks. Okay, so what is the breakthrough armor designation? Is that the gray? don't see anything here. It seems to explain what... Oh, here we go. This. So it seems to be the gray circle with a yellow background on the brown left side, I guess. Not sure. That is what's in common. But okay. Recon. Yeah. Okay. Recon. Any unit with a cavalry slash in its symbol or listed as recon in the game-specific rules can make use of the special abilities given recon units. Okay. Non-rebuildable units. Any unit with a yellow dot printed behind its action rating cannot accept replacement points. If destroyed, a non-rebuildable unit cannot return to play. Static units. These units defend their location, but that is all. Normal rules apply to static units based on their counter values. If independent, they cannot be assigned, so they cannot make use of support or spot a barrage. Okay. Core concepts. Play of the game. In the most general form, BCS game turns play as follows. This description assumes given other rules of which it does not supersede. Okay. So it's saying if there are other rules that supersede these rules, this description, then those other rules, take precedence. Reinforcements. One player, it does not matter which, rolls for the weather, and each player rolls to determine the available air and replacement repel points they will get. Both players simultaneously collect any reinforcements called for by the order of arrival. These are placed for arrival in this turn, depending on where they are to enter, and the type of unit they are. Okay, so I think when you place something for arrival, that means you place it just off the edge of the map, so that as a reminder that they're going to come in. Replacements are used to rebuild losses. This might be on the map, a unit having lost some of its steps. Upcoming reinforcements on the OOA, I guess that's order of arrival, or in the dead pile, a unit which has lost all of its steps. Each repel can rebuild one step. A unit in the dead pile that has rebuilt a step comes back to life and returns to the map, where it could continue to repair its lost steps. Okay. The air points the player obtains are kept in a pool to use for the entire turn, each one able to be used once. Any leftover air points will be wasted. He can use them in any activation of the turn as desired. Assignments. Independent units and arty points can be assigned or unassigned during the assignment phase. He can also reassign arty points already assigned by unassigning them this turn and assigning them elsewhere next turn as desired. Critically, the assignment phase is when the player can decide to commit units to the formation's support or to release units currently in support to be real again. Okay. Got it. So that's where they're talking about how... So they have these, markers. So you can put a counter, on this card, and it's not on the map. Or you can take the counter off of this card, and then it would be a counter on the map again. I think that's what they mean by real. Orders. If being used, orders are issued to the formations regarding the turns planned movements of their headquarters. to establish prepared defense and recover fatigue. Okay. First player determination. Determine the first player this turn if listed in the scenario for turn 1 only, or by a dice roll between the sides on all other turns. This will determine which player will get to go first. That player will select one formation to conduct an activation. Each formation usually gets to run one activation per turn. This is when it will get to do all the things the player wants the formation to do. This might allow that formation to run a second activation and do even more. Note that a formation that runs both its initial and second activations does so under the rubric of the one activation that formation gets to do. I'm not sure what that means. The players alternate activations until all the formations in play have activated, or attempted to do so and failed. Activations. Each time the player's turn in the alternation occurs, he can select any of his available formations to try to activate. There may be a time at the end of the game turn where one side's formations are done, and the other must keep going alone to use up its remaining formations. Each turn, all formations available to activate must do so. The alternating activations are the heart of the system of play. The activation routine is straightforward. Determine snafu, how good of an activation this one will be. Place objective markers where the formation intends to fight. Move and fight with the formation's units. Check to see if fatigue increases. And finally, roll to see if the formation gets a second activation. Okay, so the placement of the objective markers, how does that integrate with this? Orders are issued to the formation. I'm not sure how those two things work together. Okay. If the formation does get a second activation, repeat the above, starting with snafu. The formation's units move and fight again, and it will check to see if fatigue increases again. The formation will be done at this point, and play passes to the enemy for their next activation. If you fail to obtain your second activation, none of the activities in the above paragraph occur, but instead you mark your headquarters as done, and play merely passes to the enemy. During an activation, use the tools in your toolbox to damage the enemy and try to achieve whatever objectives you need to win with your side. Some units can do certain things that others cannot. See the unit capabilities chart to determine which. At the same time, while a given unit could do regular attacks, shock attacks, assists, engagements, attack by fires, or spot for barrages, only some of these might be the most effective and best use for the unit at that moment. See the play note regarding combat type integration on page 26 for more details. Knowing the right tool to use in various situations comes with experience. Game turn ends. When all activations have been completed, flip or orient all headquarters to their unused sides. Advance the turn marker and begin a new turn. Okay. The core rules. The following basic BCS rules must be known and understood to be able to make play function at any time in the game turn. They defy easy placement in any single major rules section, as their understanding is needed at many times during the turn sequence. These are given greater explanation and full internal rules in sections 1.3 through 1.9. Those can be read for the details when you are ready. Below is a description of what each rule does to establish a fundamental understanding. Command radius. Command radius is a limit on how far away from the formation's headquarters its units can move and where some functions can be accomplished. Support. Support is the distribution of small numbers of AV weapons, armor value, right? That's what AV stands for. AV is armor. AV armor value, yeah. Okay. Support is the distribution of small numbers of armor value weapons among the formation's plain infantry to bolster their attack or defense. Support allows for DRMs on several tables and may inhibit some actions of armor value units. Fire events. Fire events restrict the use of certain actions by a unit in an activity phase. Okay. Not sure what that means yet. Prepared defense. Prepared defense shows a formation's improved defensive works and pre-planned fire support posture. Prepared defense applies some DRMs, affects retreats, decreases barrage losses, and may reduce a formation's overall snafu result. Fatigue. Fatigue is a measure of the relative formation exhaustion or disrepair and the effect of combat operations upon them. Okay. Safe paths. I'm not sure what them is referring to. Is that referring to the formation or the exhaustion? Safe paths. Safe paths allow freedom of movement below the game's scale between a unit and its headquarters. A unit without a safe path might not be able to do certain game functions and might be cut off from its headquarters. Okay, not sure what that means yet. We'll see. I think that just means, like, if you can trace a path from a unit to its headquarters without going through an enemy zone of control, something like that. Stopped and finished. Units that stop are generally unable to move further. Units that finish have completed their part of the formation's activation and can still do only a couple of actions and are stopped as well. Okay. These are levels of completion for a unit during an activation. Each means certain actions are no longer possible, while the unit can still do specific others. See the stopped/finished chart for a complete summary of their effects, as well as 3.4e and after. Formations. Formations are military commands containing specific, that is, intrinsic, units, and its own headquarters and combat trains. Formations are the functional block of units in the game. The main sequence of play revolves around the activities of one formation at a time, alternating between the two sides. A formation's units share, given other requirements, its common support units, fatigue level, main supply route, snafu result effects, total artillery points, prepared defense status, orders, objective markers, and headquarters command radius. Formation sizes. Formations vary in size from game to game. Formations might be divisions in one game or brigades in another. Specific task forces or Kampfgruppen of various sizes can exist in either of these formats. Intrinsic versus assigned units. Intrinsic units are those with a printed affiliation to the right of their unit symbol. Formations can never assign intrinsic units to another formation. Independent units and arty points markers can be reassigned between formations as the player sees fit according to the assignment rules. Other than the possibility of later reassignment, an assigned independent unit, or arty point, is treated exactly like any intrinsic part of its current formation. Okay? So, intrinsic unit, I think I looked at this already. A printed affiliation to the right of the unit symbol. So, that name to the right. Do they mean to the left? I feel like they mean the left of the unit symbol, not the right, because the right is, the right is the higher formation. Okay, okay, got it. So the left is the individual unit name. The right is its current affiliation, the parent unit. Got it. Where are we? Blobs. A formation has a defined area of operations, termed a blob, which could be violated by other friendly formations, causing reduced efficiency to it when two or more formations become mixed. A formation's blob is a smooth map shape as outlined by its outermost units. Ignore combat trains, out-of-command units, unassigned units, reinforcements, and buddies when determining a blob. Command radius. Command radius is an abstraction that keeps a formation's units from wandering too far from their formation headquarters to allow the formation to be effectively under the headquarters' command and control. Each headquarters command radius is printed on its counter. Command radius is the maximum distance from the formation's headquarters its units can function normally. Beyond this distance, penalties and restrictions apply. Important: the placement of objective markers is unaffected by command radius. Okay. Command radius is measured in hexes, not movement points, from the headquarters to the unit's hex. Literally just count hexes while ignoring terrain, enemy zones of control, engagement zones, and even enemy units. Use the formation headquarters' current position to determine the extent of its command radius. A formation's unit is out of command if the unit's distance to the headquarters exceeds command radius. Unassigned independent units are unaffected by command radius. Once assigned, independent units obey their assigned formation's command radius. Out-of-command effects. Out-of-command units function normally, except where explicitly mentioned below. Out-of-command units are subject to isolation losses. Out-of-command units can make regular or shock attacks. Barrages can be made out of command, but require proper objective zones and spotter units. Okay. Units that begin the phase out of command cannot spot for barrages, jump enemy headquarters, or combat trains. Not sure what that means yet. It also cannot end movement or retreat in a hex to block an enemy MSR when that enemy formation has no available alternative MSR. Okay, I'm not sure I follow all of this. I think I understand what the words mean, but I don't understand the rationale. For the last point, a unit that is already blocking an enemy MSR when found to be out of command may continue to do so, both physically and or with its enemy zone of control. Okay. that should just be zone of control, right? Staying in command radius. Units, except combat trains, must end activations within command radius. If this is not possible, the unit must either move or attack in a way that will help it do so without foot dragging, or it can stay in its original hex and not move. Command radius does not restrict advance after combat. Support. Support is the distribution of packets of armor and anti-armor weapons to the mostly infantry units of a formation. Depending on the type of support unit allocated, these weapons help the other units in the formation attack or defend more effectively. Defeating enemy support will also allow your support to be more effective in helping your units. Defeating enemy support will also allow your support to be more effective in helping your units. Got it. Any unit with a printed armor value rating can be assigned to support. Game-specific rules and unit assignment rules may also restrict this. A formation's support is available to all its non-dual attack capable units, including assigned independents. Such units are called hosts. A support unit's ability is unaffected by the number of possible hosts, nor the support's available steps. Okay. Support-only units. If a unit has support printed on its counter, it must be in support when that side is showing. If a unit has only one printed counter side and it is labeled support, the unit must always be in support. Entering or exiting support. Units can only enter or exit support in the assignment phase. See the assignment procedure chart in 2.3. No unit can both enter and exit support in the same turn. Entering support. Units that are assigned to a new formation can instantly enter support at the same time. A unit must be capable of being in support to enter support. Exiting support. Support-only units cannot exit support to become a real unit. They must be reassigned off-map. So I guess the idea here is if it's support-only, you just keep the marker off-map until the next turn, and then you can bring it back onto the sled, the counter, whatever these, I think these are called sleds, not sure. Multiple support units. Multiple units in support can help defend against engagements via a DRM. Follow 5.2b regarding which support you must use if more than one is available. Okay. Place each available support unit near the headquarters on its support side, if any, or apply a support marker of the right type to it. Okay. The support's counter should show its greater printed armor value or range rating, or its counter side, displaying the word support, if any. So I think this is assuming that you're going to actually keep you're not going to be using these kinds of sleds. You're just going to be keeping it on the map itself. Mark each stack with the type of support available. Red, limited, or standoff. Not sure what that means yet. In support, light armor value and limited armor value are identical. Mark both as limited. Okay, not sure what that is yet. Support unit handling. A unit in support never counts for stacking, moves under its own power, affects any of their formation's real unit movements, takes losses from barrage, attack by fire, regular attacks, or shock attacks, counts as the second unit in any defense. Effects of having support. Hosts obtain a support armor value zone of control, possible combat and engagement table DRMs, an armor value to use for enemy engagements, and any loss from the engagement table applies to the support, not its host. Okay. Protection from shock attacks and attacks by fire. Units which cannot access support. The following cannot access support: dual units, units that are not attack capable, to include all unprepared units, a unit which is in a hex not allowing tactical movement allowance movement. Okay. Units currently dropped support, units from a formation with no support assigned, those falling under any game-specific restrictions. Okay. Drop support. Dropping is the act of a host unit losing whatever support it might have had available. This could be from a lack of available assigned support, terrain, or enemy action. Depending on the reason for the drop, the host will not be able to make use of any support until either the situation changes or the current activation, friendly or enemy, ends. Placement. Place a drop support marker when a host unit moves or retreats into or across terrain that is prohibited for attack MA movement. A formation lacking support has support assigned, but the support cannot get to the unit if there is no support establishment safe path, 1.9c. Okay. Note that units retain any support they might have had when a support establishment safe path is blocked. The disruption of that safe path only matters when the support is dropped for some other reason, and the lack of a support establishment safe path precludes the host's recovery of support afterwards. Okay. Temp. Place a temporary dropped support marker, a KTX marker, those are the X's, these things, these are KTX markers, or rely on memory if support is dropped because of an engagement table result against the host's hex. Okay? Instantly replace any temporary dropped support marker with a drop support marker if the host no longer has a support establishment safe path. Removal. Remove a drop support marker anytime both of the following are true, even during enemy activations. The formation has units assigned to support. The unit has a support establishment safe path. Okay? So I think all of these rules, these support establishment rules, are just to prevent gamey situations where like a unit, one of your infantry units, is totally surrounded by the enemy, and then you assign support at the level of the headquarters, and then somehow magically those tanks end up with your surrounded infantry. Drop support lasts indefinitely until these conditions are rectified. Remove a temporary drop support marker or its status marking substitutes automatically when the current activation, friendly or enemy, ends. Okay. Sure. I think there's an example here. Support display on the map. Support should be splayed out from the headquarters hex in any convenient manner to facilitate play. Stack A has 2 separate units in support. So I guess this one, I don't know. But only displays the red support marker, since the red support can do anything the limited support can do, and then some. Okay, I'm not sure if I follow. Don't know what red support means. Stack B, is an option available for display using fewer counters for units that have a support side to their counter. An option available for display using fewer counters for units that have a support side to their counter, okay? It is only shown here as an option, since effectively it should be in the stack A as well. No need to expend extra map space on that unit. Okay. Not totally sure I follow. Stack C, associated with the 99th Infantry Division, this one, has no red support, only limited. So it is marked with a limited support marker. So the player knows the support there is not capable of giving a support DRM for attack purposes. Okay. Not totally sure I follow all of this, but I'm sure it'll make sense as I, keep reading and go through examples. Fire events. Fire events limit certain actions a unit might attempt. Only the actions listed below cost fire events. Okay, not sure what that means. A unit can only initiate up to 2 fire events per activation. A unit stops upon expending its last available fire event. Units from a formation with either a full or a partial snafu result still have both fire events. Okay. A formation with a fail snafu result has none at all. Okay. All unit types have fire events, but the requirements of the activities in 1.6b might preclude a given unit from using them. Okay. Should I read this first? Design note. It is simply for the purpose of standardization that all units have fire events, as many cannot actually do anything with them. Rather than make a list of units that have fire events and those that do not, I gave fire events to all units. What those units can do determines if there is any point to their fire events or not. While a TAC-MA attack-capable unit, such as mechanized infantry, can make a shock attack, consider that a plain leg infantry battalion has 2 fire events, but what can it use them for? The leg infantry cannot conduct an engagement, as it is not an armor value unit. It cannot conduct an attack by fire, for the same reason. It cannot conduct a shock attack, since it does not have a TAC-MA, tactical MA value, okay? And it cannot conduct a recon, as it is not a recon unit. Therefore, while it has fire events, it cannot use them to do anything. Okay. Each of these expends 1 fire event when performed. Engagement, attack by fire, shock attack, conduct a recon. So fire events is it's just like a class of actions. It's like a fire action. An overstacked unit cannot use fire events. A fire event is expended when announced, regardless of the result obtained. Units in a regular attack, the attack unit or assist, do not require or expend fire events, but doing so finishes the involved units and wastes any fire events they have remaining. Okay. When a unit activates, it must either use or lose both of its fire events before another unit can activate. Okay. Prepared defense. A prepared defense is a formation status which trades some freedom of action for a better yet positional defense. Obviously, the player must consider the cost and benefits of prepared defense in relation to the mission a formation must fulfill on the map. Entry. A formation can enter prepared defense if it meets all of these conditions. It has at least one artillery point, intrinsic or assigned, before snafu is applied. It has no MSR blocked level marker. It is an initial, not second, activation. Okay. If a formation is in or enters prepared defense, mark the formation with a prepared defense marker near its headquarters. Design note. To a large extent, prepared defenses represent the preparation of artillery FPFs, final protective fires, and artillery/mortar firing points, and not, as one might think, just digging holes in the ground. Okay. Not sure what final protective fires means. Exiting. Remove a formation's prepared defense marker instantly if the player decides to do so any time before or after his snafu roll, as long as the orders option is not being used. The headquarters moves or is jumped. It obtains an MSR blocked marker. It no longer has an arty point after assignment. If the player chooses to remove prepared defense after the snafu roll, the snafu result remains at best a partial. It does not upgrade to the full it might have had without the prepared defense. Prepared defense effects. A formation with prepared defense is restricted to no better than a partial snafu result, regardless of how well it rolls. It can create or maintain prepared defense regardless of snafu result, including fail. It can move normally given the snafu requirement. It can place units into screen. It makes use of combat and engagement DRMs. Okay. It has units that can only be engagement targets if the firer is adjacent to their hex. Okay. It might apply a different line on the barrage table. It can recover fatigue. It can conduct a second activation, but prepared defense cannot be created in a second activation. Eligibility. A unit can use its formation's prepared defense, provided its counter is on its deployed side and not its move side. It is in command radius. The formation has its prepared defense marker at that moment. Fatigue. A formation's fatigue measures how rested or exhausted the formation has become. Obviously, a seriously fatigued formation will not perform as well as one that is well rested. Managing your formation's fatigue level is needed to ensure they are not caught flat-footed when you need them. Do this by controlling both how you use those formations and when they recover. Many of these rules are altered when using the optional planned fatigue rules, 6.4. Fatigue levels. A formation tracks its fatigue level with a fatigue marker. Fatigue level progresses from fresh through fatigue levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fatigue 0 is normal. Fresh is better than normal, while fatigue 4 is exhausted. Fatigue never increases beyond fatigue 4. Fatigue levels affect snafu rolls as a negative DRM equal to its level. Fatigue 2 is a -2 DRM. Fresh fatigue gives a +1 good DRM instead. Keep the appropriate fatigue level marker with the headquarters to track its formation's fatigue. Fatigue increase. Roll for fatigue increase every activation in which any of the reasons listed on the fatigue increase table occurs. Do not roll, however, if none of the listed reasons occur or the activation's snafu result was fail. The maximum increase to a fatigue level is 2 levels per turn, 1 each from both the initial and second activations. If a formation has only 1 activation in a turn for any reason, the maximum increase is 1 level. Fatigue level increases based on a die roll on the fatigue increase table. Roll for the worst applicable situation, that is, the one most likely to give a fatigue increase that occurred during the current activity phase, no matter how many times it did. Placing any combat objective marker, conducting any engagements or attacks by fire, or by executing a second activation with a full or partial snafu, conducting the attack sequence. Okay, I'll read this first. Design note. Many players get confused as to what a second activation really means, or why doing nothing but marching would garner a fatigue increase, but did not in the previous rules versions. In a nutshell, the mistaken impression seems to be that a second activation is somehow a division of the game's time scale. This would describe the turn scale as 2 turns per day, and the second activation as merely the normal afternoon turn. That is not correct. There is no set-aside time for a second activation. In many activities, such as combat, the formation's efficiency generated a higher tempo, which allowed it to do more during the day, or move on to take advantage of the situation the earlier actions generated before the enemy even knew they were there. But in the case of marching all day for free, it isn't that the formation walked so much faster than normal, a higher tempo, but rather that it pushed on into the night to gain more ground. By definition, these actions will generate more fatigue, along with twice the normal march distance. Running a bunch of cleanup activities, such as flipping units and combat trains, also means someone is doing all the normal things they must do overnight, as well as all the next day's activities. Expecting them to do all this without a fatigue increase is simply incorrect. Other fatigue effects. Fatigue 4 formations cannot perform second activations. Fresh formations obtain a +1 snafu DRM and a +1 to their second activation roll. Headquarters that conduct a voluntary retreat increase their fatigue level by 1. Okay. And there, let's look at this example. Fatigue examples. At the end of each of the following activations, the player attends to fatigue as follows. The player did not attack, engage, or place an objective marker at all. Do not roll. Fatigue cannot increase unless this is a second activation with a partial or full snafu. Okay. In that case, roll 1 die with a 1 or 2 generating increased fatigue. The player conducted a fatigue recovery activation. Reduced fatigue by 1. The player placed an objective marker but made no attacks by fire, or engagements. Roll 1 die. On a result of 1, increase fatigue by 1. If this was in a second activation, the roll would be 1 or 2 to increase fatigue. The player placed an objective marker but only made a barrage. Roll 1 die. On a result of 1, increase fatigue by 1. See also second activation effect above. The player placed an objective and made an engagement. Roll 1 die. Fatigue increases by 1 if the roll is 1 or 2. The player made numerous engagements, plus 1 shock attack. Roll 1 die. Fatigue increases on a roll of 1 to 3. The player makes several attacks of both sorts, but no engagements. Roll 1 die. Fatigue increases on a roll of 1 to 3. Safe paths. A safe path means a given unit of a formation has a safe way to maintain connection with its own headquarters. Within a formation, having an adequate connection with the headquarters is of paramount importance for every unit. Losing this connection, also known as no safe path, means that the unit may no longer be under command and control. It might not get needed support, it might not be able to evacuate casualties, and it might not get ammunition and fuel resupplies. At this level, having no safe path is actually worse than having the formation's main supply route cut by the enemy. Safe paths are traced from each unit separately to its headquarters, inclusive of both ending hexes. Okay? By definition, a unit in or adjacent to its headquarters automatically has a safe path. Safe path length. A safe path cannot be longer than the formation's command radius plus 5 hexes. Trace a path of contiguous hexes, noting that terrain and enemy zones of control matter as per the below. Movement type required. A safe path must be traversable by the unit's movement class, or the movement class required according to the following purposes. To flip a leg movement allowance unit to its tactical truck movement allowance side, use tactical or truck movement allowance as appropriate. Okay. Support establishment, tactical movement allowance. To use armor value replacements, tactical movement allowance. To use non-armor value replacements, leg movement allowance. Okay. I think what this is saying is, so I think what it is that in order to perform this action, if you want to flip a leg movement allowance unit to its tactical or truck movement allowance side, in order to perform this action, you will have to have a safe path to your headquarters. And when you trace that safe path to your headquarters, you can use the tactical truck movement allowance in order to trace that safe path. And likewise, for a unit, I think for a unit to determine whether or not it has support, I guess, you would use that movement allowance, something like that. And I think this one is like, if you have if you have a unit and you want to, like, I guess, add replacements to it, maybe add steps to it, that would be the movement allowance you could use, something like that. Okay, when needed. A safe path is needed to flip from the unit's leg movement allowance to its truck or / tactical movement allowance side. Okay, so that's what I was saying before. Remove a dropped support marker. Accept replacement points. Avoid isolation losses. Or successfully retreat a leg or truck movement allowance unit. Okay. Safe path does not affect voluntary retreats and tactical movement allowance unit retreats. Enemy zones of control. Enemy zones of control block safe path according to the needed movement class. All enemy zones of control block safe paths calling for a leg or truck movement allowance. Only real armor value enemy zones of control, not support armor value enemy zones of control, block safe paths calling for a tactical movement allowance. Okay. I think this is like when you have an actual armor unit on the map instead of like having it divvied out to infantry units. However, friendly units negate enemy zones of control for safe path purposes. Okay. No effect on safe paths. Stop terrain has no effect on safe paths. Support has no effect on safe paths. Enemy engagement zones, enemy screen units, and screen zones have no effect on safe paths. A unit that is an unassigned independent or on the map edge always has a safe path. Okay. Don't remember. Unassigned independent. No, I don't remember what that is. Okay. So we have an example here. The 62nd Volksgrenadier Division is severely compromised. Oh, so it's including these units here. It's considered a division. Okay. These are just battalions. So why is it a division? Anyway, Unit A here is obviously unable to trace a safe path to the headquarters. Okay, because it's blocked by this task force, I guess. Unit C here has a safe path to the headquarters because of the negation provided by Unit B. Both leg movement allowance units could use a safe path through the swamp at 11.09. So I guess here. Because I guess that's in the zone of control of that unit. Unit B also has a safe path. If either C or B had a movement allowance which is prohibited in a swamp, then those units would be unable to trace a safe path. The headquarters at D would provide a safe path to any unit stacked with it. Okay, that's easy enough to understand. Fog of War. You are free to look at an enemy stack's top combat unit and its values, to include its markers such as step losses. But this freedom does not extend to units deeper in its stack. Each formation openly displays its available support units, artillery points, and its prepared defense marker. Place these near the owning headquarters as to avoid confusion. Remaining air points are kept secret. Make all die rolls openly after announcing their purpose and applicable DRMs. Okay. Game turn sequence. The following phases in order constitute the structure of a game turn. Reinforcement. One player rolls for the turn's weather. Then both players roll for new air points, roll for and apply new replacement points, Place reinforcements as listed on the order of arrival charts into the listed entry locations. Okay. Assignments. Both players can assign or unassign artillery points, assign or unassign independent units, units enter or exit support. Okay. Orders, optional. Both players record on a piece of paper each formation's order status. First player determination. Determine who conducts the new turn's first activation with a 2-die roll for each side. The greater roll wins and must go first. Re-roll any ties. Okay. Activations. Alternate activating formations until all formations are done. Game turn end. Flip or orient all headquarters to their unused sides. Advance the turn marker and begin the new turn at the turn sequence's beginning. Okay. Reinforcements. The order of arrival lists any reinforcements entering play each turn. Entry area arrivals. Place arriving headquarters and combat trains with the player's choice of arriving units in actual entry area hexes during the reinforcement phase. See also 2.1H regarding the freedom accorded to combat trains. Okay. All remaining arriving units, not selected above, can remain off-map and enter via movement in the formation's activation. Okay. Arrivals at specific hexes or at their headquarters. Place these at the start of their formation's activation or in the reinforcement phase, as the player desires. Okay. If a specified hex is enemy occupied and no option exists, the unit never arrives. Units arriving at their headquarters can enter in or adjacent to the headquarters, terrain effects permitting. Place reinforcing support units with their headquarters, and these can enter support or not in the ensuing assignment phase. Okay. Reinforcements can only arrive at a headquarters if it has a complete MSR. If this is not the case, delay the reinforcements until the first reinforcement phase in which the formation has a complete MSR. Entry areas. Most reinforcements enter play by moving from designated entry area hexes during their formation's activation to link up with their formations. An entry area can consist of one or more hexes. If more than one entry hex can be used, combat trains can choose the exact hexes during the formation's first activation. The headquarters and combat trains must choose the exact hex during the reinforcement phase. That decision cannot be changed once made. Place arriving headquarters and combat trains in their on-map entry area hex in the reinforcement phase. Headquarters and combat trains cannot wait off-map like regular units. The player can choose to keep an entry area hex from being overstacked by placing excess units off-map next to it. Design note. This mechanic exists to keep the hex from ending up overstacked and vulnerable on entry if the formation botches a reactivation or snafu roll. These units can sit off-map near their entry areas before entering as long as you wish, even into later turns, but can only enter the map during their own formation's activation. Okay. Off-map units cannot be barraged, engaged, or attacked. Those in the on-map entry hex can be hit normally. On entering, count the unit's movement points as if it started its move in the entry area hex. Effects of enemy units. Enemy zones of control have no effect on entry area hex use. If an enemy unit occupies the entry area hex, entering units could do any of the following: enter via any other hexes of the same entry area, use attack from off-map to enter, nothing, they simply wait off-map. Retreat returns. Units removed by retreat results automatically return in the next reinforcement phase. They return at or adjacent to their headquarters, but do not require a complete MSR to do so. So units can, is that they can be removed from the map by a retreat result? Counterside showing. A unit can arrive showing either counterside. Combat trains always arrive on their regular, not ghost, sides. Eligible arriving units can be in support as desired. Combat trains arrival. Combat trains, regardless of their formation's listed entry location, can arrive in any legal hex that allows a complete MSR. Okay. Interesting. Replacements. Replacements are used to rebuild step losses. Replacements come in two flavors: armor value and non-armor value. Units with an armor value on either counterside must use armor value replacements. One with no armor value on either counterside must use non-armor value replacements. Otherwise, given the rules below, you use your available replacements as desired. The first turn. Replacements are not available on the first turn of any scenario. Replacement use. Each replacement rebuilds one step on one unit. Replacements must be used when they become available and cannot be saved for later. Unused replacements are wasted. No unit can accept more than one replacement per reinforcement phase. Units can never accept more steps than their full strength step number. Reinforcing units arriving with less than their full strength steps can be given replacements before they arrive. On-map rebuild. Units that have lost steps but are not in the dead pile can rebuild their lost steps. To use a replacement, an on-map unit must have a complete MSR, not be non-rebuildable, have a safe path traversable by either leg movement allowance for non-armor value replacements or a tactical movement allowance for armor value replacements. Rebuild from dead pile. If a dead unit receives a replacement and its formation has a complete MSR, place it in or adjacent to its headquarters hex. Enemy zones of control do not affect placement. If a dead unit's formation does not have a complete MSR, it can rebuild its step loss, but cannot transfer to the map until the formation has a complete MSR. Okay. Assignment. In the assignment phase, you can do the following with independent units and artillery points. Assign them to any desired formation given the assignment procedure chart, and they will function as part of it. Unassign them so they can be assigned elsewhere. Units just assigned, those already assigned, and intrinsic units can enter or exit support. Independent units and artillery points must already be unassigned when the assignment phase begins in order to be assigned. You cannot unassign and reassign in a single game turn. Reinforcing or rebuilt independent units and artillery points can be freely assigned the turn they arrive. Intrinsic units and intrinsic artillery points cannot be assigned to another formation. Use the assignment procedure chart to determine the requirements and procedures for the change you wish to perform. This includes assignment and unassignment, as well as exiting and entering support. Air points are never assigned to a formation. They are available to any friendly formation. On-map unassigned independent units never activate at all, nor suffer any isolation effects. If on-map, they merely sit in place until assigned. Independent units may be pulled off-map in the assignment phase to await assignment as the player wishes. Independent static units cannot be assigned to any formation. Orders. Each formation must be given one order: headquarters move, no orders, prepared defense, or fatigue recovery. Exception: a formation can be given prepared defense and fatigue recovery at one time. Be sure to give arriving formations orders the turn they will enter play. If the player truly screws up his orders, he will get another chance next turn. Headquarters move order. This is an order giving the movement path the headquarters must follow. It should list any waypoints needed to clarify the route and the endpoint location. No other details are needed. No information as to what the units of the formation are to do is needed. Just lay out the movement route of the headquarters. If changing circumstances render your move order invalid, the headquarters can slow step or just not move, but you cannot decide to head in some other direction on the fly. Example: if your headquarters route runs right through an enemy position you plan to clear but fail to do so, the headquarters can stop anywhere along its route before the planned ending hex, presumably, as needed. When a formation activates, place a march objective in its endpoint hex. The headquarters then follows the assigned path at any speed it can manage and the player wishes. It cannot deviate from the assigned pathway. If the player underestimates how far the headquarters might go, it will stop in the march objectives hex. Underestimates. Okay. It will stop in the march objectives hex until given a new headquarters move orders. Okay. Regardless of the remaining movement allowance. The formation's units operate completely as desired as long as they obey command radius and other rules, regardless of the headquarters move order. No orders order. Such a formation cannot move its headquarters aside from having it conduct a voluntary retreat. This does not affect the formation's units at all, only the headquarters. A formation not given any other order is assumed to have a no orders order. Prepared defense order. A formation with such orders must create or maintain a prepared defense when it activates. This is easily confused. The player must designate that he wants a given formation to enter prepared defense during the orders phase, but he cannot execute those orders until the formation activates, and cannot then decide to not do so. Formations that begin a scenario in prepared defense cannot intentionally leave that status until turn 2. A formation which loses its prepared defense defaults to no orders. A formation with prepared defense orders cannot intentionally remove its prepared defense marker, even to do a voluntary retreat. Okay. Fatigue recovery order. The formation commits to conducting a fatigue recovery when it activates. Failure flip is not possible when using the order rules. A formation can be given both prepared defense and fatigue recovery orders at the same time. Simply apply the restrictions of both. If such a formation defaults to no orders, the fatigue recovery order disappears, as well provided it has not already been executed. Not sure I follow this. I guess it'll make sense when I go through the process. Orders can be changed only in the orders phase. Existing orders can remain active for as long as the player wishes. Changing orders is free. Merely jot down the new order, and the formation will do just that. Exception. You may substitute a new headquarters move order only for one it may have any time the formation's MSR is blocked during the current game turn. Okay. March objectives. March objectives control headquarters movement to conform to its orders. The headquarters must move directly toward this marker as best as it can manage, following the route notations in the order. The march objective marker can be placed in any road hex, regardless of enemy units. Any road hex, okay. March objectives do not create objective zones. Recon units cannot create march objectives. March objectives themselves do not trigger checking for fatigue increase. What is the difference between march objectives and an HQ move order? Okay, so it's just it's a marker. It's not a type of order. Yeah, so it's not an order. It's a marker. March routing. Apply this rule when an order places a march objective beyond the headquarters at start command radius. There is a route of travel for the headquarters because of the order. Regardless of the headquarters' direction of travel, advancing or retreating, the route is the path from the march objective marker to the headquarters' starting hex. Remember, the headquarters must end its movement in a road hex each activity phase. Add an extension from the combat trains to whichever of these points is closer to the combat trains. Okay, I'm not sure. Add an extension from the combat trains to whichever of these points, the objective marker and the headquarters starting hex, is closer to the combat trains. Okay, so the idea is that the march route goes from the march objective marker to the headquarters starting hex, and then from either of these two things to the combat train. Sure. This route should be simple and direct. If multiple routes are possible, note the correct one. Enemy units, enemy zones of control, and other friendly formations have no effect on route selection. The formation's units can only move into a hex that is within 2 of any hex of the designated route, unless exempted via Part 4 below. Oh, interesting. Okay. Units can move freely if they are currently within the headquarters at start command radius. They follow the route, reach the march objective marker's hex, and then proceed farther. They are executing a retreat or an advance after combat. They are reinforcements trying to rejoin the formation. Design note. This is a concept I tried mightily to find a simple solution for in the design process. Easy enough on the face, I could not find an adequate wording that didn't instantly find players violating the intended spirit by weaving paths to avoid being hindered by its restrictions. Others very much appreciated the added depth it gave the simulation. I present its final testing form here for your enjoyment. But if you think you might play the path to pick up units, just do me a favor and don't use it. If you have an understanding of what an axis of advance would look like in real life and want that added dimension in your play, enjoy the swim. A nice byproduct of this rule is the need to assemble a dispersed formation to do such a movement, and to move the troops out in deployment once they get to where you want them. This takes time. As such, you can't instantly change posture from widely dispersed to a deep movement, or vice versa. Those are good things. Nicely, posture comes from capability, as opposed to the other way around. This is a better representation of real life. Obviously, the restrictions here give you even more reason to avoid headquarters micro-movements. Okay. I think I understand that. I'm a bit unclear about what happens when you have units that are... They're reinforcements trying to reinforcements. Executing a retreat, follow the route. So for these restrictions make it sound like if a unit is outside of the headquarters command radius, the unit could end up getting left behind. Because there's nothing here that would make it possible for them to move. Yeah, I don't remember what the rules are for what happens when a unit is outside of the command radius. Activations. In the activation phase, formations from both sides alternate activating. The active player conducts the current activation, while the other player is the inactive player. The active player makes all dice rolls, moves units, attacks, and anything else he desires and the rules allow. The inactive player is limited to taking step losses, retreats, and removing dropped support in certain situations, and exiting screen. When one formation is completed, the players switch roles, and the new active player selects a new formation to activate. You must activate or attempt to activate a formation every time play passes to you. You cannot decline to activate. There is no ability to pass. Only one formation activates at a time. Exception. In group games, multiple activations, even from both sides, can be run simultaneously, provided the active formations do not interact with each other. Okay? Each formation must activate at least once in a game turn. Formations that set up done cannot activate on the first game turn. One that sets up used must attempt a second activation. The setup has removed its initial activation, so this is an exception to 2.5e. Both types of formations return to normal on succeeding game turns. Okay. Play note, done headquarters. Normally, an HQ's done status is shown by orienting the headquarters counter opposite the way of its units, with its banded used side showing. However, since all second activations must occur immediately after the formation's initial activation, the designation can be ignored on most game turns. The exception is in some scenarios where formations might begin already used but still need to attempt to activate. In that case, it is important to know who is just used and who is actually done. At other times, just flipping to used is enough of a marking to know who is also done. I think I understand that. Right. I think I understand that. So to clarify, so I think what this means is like, so used is when you've finished your first activation, I think, and done is when you've done both first and second activation, like there's nothing else to do. So what you're supposed to do normally is like you flip the headquarters to this side, but you keep it facing the same way as its child units, and that means that the first activation has been done already. And then when you do the second activation, you flip it 180 degrees. But you can normally right. Okay, I think I get it. A bit of an edge case. Initial activations require no die roll. Second activations only occur after a successful activation die roll. Is that right? I thought you need like a snafu roll. Okay. A second activation, if any... Oh, I think the snafu roll is like a different thing. It's like the level of activation. So you can do you're going to do the first activation, but the snafu roll determines like what you can do during that activation. Second activation, if any, must be attempted immediately after a formation's initial activation. You can forego doing one, but no matter how you choose, you cannot later change your mind. It can be important to avoid the risk of a second activation when units might suffer isolation twice or increase the formation's MSR blocked level more rapidly. Not sure it follows that. A second activation with a partial or full snafu result always rolls for fatigue increase. Do not roll if they get a fail or do not obtain a second activation, whether they fail the roll or the player chooses to not try for one. Second activation restrictions. Formations cannot conduct second activations if they have fatigue level 4 or have conducted a recovery activation. All others can do so, including formations in prepared defense. Prepared defense cannot be created or fatigue recovery done in any second activation. To conduct a second activation, roll 1 die. Add 1 to the roll if the formation is fresh. If the modified roll is greater than or equal to the activation roll on the headquarters counter, the formation successfully activates. Otherwise, it does not. The activation roll on the headquarters counter. Do I have like a headquarters? Let's see. Headquarters units. Okay, so it's that die icon here. Here. Whether you choose to skip a given second activation attempt or you fail to get it, the formation cannot be activated again that turn. Rotate the headquarters counter to show its done status, usually opposite the normal unit orientation on your map. The current game turn is done once all headquarters are done. A side is completed when all its headquarters are done. The other side continues until all its headquarters are done as well. The activation phase ends at that point. To be clear, a turn does not end when only one side runs out of formations to activate. It does so when they both run out. Optional. Formation activation markers. Each formation has a formation activation marker. These can be used to keep track of formations that still need to activate. When a formation is done, remove its marker from those available. It will return the next turn. These are termed chits in the remaining rules in this section, except 2.5n. And that's an extra apostrophe that, or parenthesis that shouldn't be there. Optional, random selection. Place the available chits in a cup and randomly draw them to determine the next activating formation. Optional, modified random selection. Have the available chits from both sides in a common cup. Randomly draw 3 chits. The side owning the majority of those drawn chits, selects the formation to activate from the drawn chits. The remaining chits go back into the cup. Set aside the used chit for next turn. If the player wins the cup draw multiple times, he could activate multiple times in a row. If only 1 or 2 chits remain in the cup, select only 1 chit, and that chit is the formation to activate. Optional. Activation smoothing. Most times, one side has more formations to activate than the other. Normally, all these extra formations activate after the side with fewer formations is finished. This rule ensures extra activations happen at random times within the turn, and not at the end as a group. Call the sides large and small because of the number of formations each has available. At the start of each turn, put numeric chits into a cup equal to the number of smalls formations. Number these chits 1 or 2. Only use a number of 2 chits equal to the difference in number of formations between the 2 sides. The rest will be 1 chits. Say if large has 8 formations and small has 5 formations, 5 chits will be put in the cup. 3 of them will be 2 chits, and the last will be 1 chits. Each time Large becomes the active player, he draws 1 chit. If it is a 1 chit, Large activates 1 formation, followed by Small's next activation. If it is a 2 chit, Large activates 2 formations in a row before Small does 1. Small does not draw any chits. Note that the chit draw does not override the normal means of determining who goes first. Do not count any formations that begin the scenario done in the number used to determine the chits above for the first turn. Okay, that makes sense. Formation activation sequence. Follow this phase order to conduct any formation's activation phase. If allowed, as needed, and if desired, assumed in all cases. If a specific function must be conducted, the proceeding does not override that requirement. Headquarters initialization. Identify the formation to activate. Flip the headquarters to its used side, the one with the white stripe. If the formation headquarters started the turn on its used side, skip to step 1 below, or step I below. Okay. Preparation. The active player will conduct strictly in order. Add or increase the active formation's MSR blocked marker if the formation's combat trains are off-map. Okay. Remove the active formation's combat trains if the formation does not have a complete MSR. Okay. Remove the active formation's MSR blocked marker if the formation has a complete MSR. Create, maintain, or remove the active formation's prepared defense marker. Prepared defenses can only be created in initial activations. If the active formation is mixed, apply coordination markers. Skip to step C if not doing a recovery activation. Otherwise, conduct the items in this shaded box. If you wish to declare a recovery activation, do only the following sequential actions, if allowed or required by other rules. Remove any coordination marker if the formation is not currently mixed. Flip the combat trains out of Ghost. Remove any dropped support markers. Reduce fatigue by 1 level. Apply isolation effects. Set its formation activation marker aside for next turn. Continue play starting with step J. Snafu. The active player makes a modified dice roll on the Snafu table to determine the formation's Snafu result. If the active formation is not currently mixed, remove its coordination marker after the roll. Decides if the formation is to do a failure flip activation as per 3.7D. Don't remember what that is. Oh, I don't think I've learned what that is yet. Objective placement. The active player places available objective markers. Activities. The active player will conduct the formation's unit activities. Okay. Non-finished units conduct their choice of movements, engagements, regular attacks, shock attacks, barrages, and attacks by fire. If the combat trains are at optimal distance and did not move in any way, flip them away from their ghost side. If they did move in any way or are not optimal, flip them to their ghost side. Move combat trains from off-map as ghost if it creates a complete MSR. Okay. I don't think I've learned what ghost means yet. Intentionally remove the active formation's prepared defense, if desired, when not using the orders rules. Cleanup. The active player will remove all objective, traffic, and temporary drop support markers. Flip combat trains which are not at optimal distance to their ghost side. Fatigue. If fatigue increase is possible, the active player rolls to see if it occurs to the active formation. Isolation. The active player applies any isolation losses to the active formation's units. Second activation. The active player will orient his active formation's headquarters as done. If intentionally skipping a second activation, fatigue 4, or a recovery activation, okay, so if any of those three things are the case, go to step J. Roll to attempt a second activation with a +1 DRM if fresh. If the roll succeeds, go to step B. If the roll fails, go to step J. Other player's turn. The new active player follows the above sequence again for his activation. Continue this cycle until both sides have run out of formations to activate. Then move to step F in the main turn sequence in 2.0. Main supply routes, MSR. A formation has a complete MSR if there is a contiguous series of legal hexes that connect all three of the following, in order, from the headquarters through its combat trains, and then to a supply source. To be perfectly clear, each hex of a complete MSR must be independently legal according to the requirements in 3.1a. An HQ can only use its own combat trains to establish a complete MSR. It cannot do so if its combat trains are off-map. Once established, the headquarters to trains trace path may not change until the headquarters or trains move, the enemy disrupts the trace, the headquarters or trains are jumped and must relocate. Okay. Determine specific MSRs at the beginning of the scenario. Use the simplest and most obvious routing for each so that the scenario start is not done in a vacuum. Okay. Check the formation's MSR during each preparation phase. If there is no complete MSR, the combat trains must be removed from the map. Off-map combat trains cause a -3 DRM on the ensuing snafu roll. Okay. If the combat trains are already off-map, the formation suffers an MSR blocked marker with an additional snafu DRM, which might increase in severity up to a peak of MSR blocked level 2. Legal hexes. A legal hex contains a primary or secondary road or a track. Tracks can only be used if the hex is between the headquarters and combat trains, inclusive. A legal hex is connected to a supply source using contiguous legal hexes or is a supply source itself. Okay. A legal hex does not block an existing enemy MSR if that enemy formation has no other readily available MSR options. Okay. A legal hex cannot contain enemy zones of control. Note, another friendly unit can negate enemy zones of control for an HQ to make its hex legal. For an HQ to make its hex legal, and for no other purpose. So to me that means that it cannot negate an enemy zone of control for any other legal hex in that path. It's only for the headquarters hex. A legal hex cannot contain enemy units. Apply the uses tracks snafu DRM of the value appropriate to the traffic ability, regardless of the number of track hexes involved. Okay. Play note, legal hexes, stand alone. The key here is to evaluate each hex as legal or not based on its own circumstances. The only real change here, aside from cleaning up the organization, is that you can legally place the combat trains in a track hex. But keep in mind that all the other hexes of the MSR still need to be evaluated. So it is okay if the combat trains are in a track hex. The hex next to it, outside the link between the headquarters and the combat trains, cannot be, and remain legal. Play note, legal hexes, connection. While the usual and preferred arrangement for any MSR is complete, with legal hexes all the way from the headquarters through the combat trains and then to the supply source, this isn't always the case. If your MSR has gotten cut by your choices, terrain or the enemy, keep in mind that the second requirement of 3.1a does not require a complete MSR to be legal. The second requirement, this one, or is the supply sources, okay? It just requires the hex itself to be connected to or in a supply source. When combat trains move, they must move to a hex that creates a complete MSR. The sequencing involved when trains are sent off map. The sequencing involved when trains are sent off map and when MSR blocked markers are issued is important and introduces a small time delay from the origin of your formation's problem and the end effect on your snafu rolls. Keep that mechanically rigorous so you do not confuse yourself. Okay? When needed. Legal hexes are required for a complete MSR. Headquarters must retreat to a legal hex, unless 4.7F is in effect. Otherwise, units and even headquarters move freely without concern about legal hexes, beyond the need to have an MSR to get a decent snafu result. Okay. MSR blocked. If marked MSR blocked, a formation cannot keep or build any prepared defense. Apply the appropriate combat and snafu table DRMs. There is no isolation effect for being merely MSR blocked. Only place MSR blocked markers in the preparation phase if the formation's combat trains are already off map. If the formation has no existing marker, add an MSR blocked level 1 marker. If it is already marked with MSR blocked level 1, increase it to level 2. If a formation has a complete MSR in the activation's preparation phase, remove any MSR blocked marker, either level, it might have. Snafu. The snafu table reflects supply and other logistical concerns, including transportation, routing, march traffic control, and simple friction. A dice roll on the snafu table, plus the application of a number of DRMs listed below, generates one of 3 snafu results: full, partial, or fail. These define what can and cannot be done during the activation as per the snafu results effects chart. Okay. Each formation's activation requires a snafu roll. A separate snafu roll is made for the second activation. Snafu table rolls. A snafu roll uses 2 dice and an assortment of DRMs on the snafu table. Game-specific rules also list additional snafu DRMs. Coordination. This DRM applies if the formation has a coordination marker. A formation cannot have more than 1 coordination marker, but a single formation can inflict coordination on multiple other formations. Formations marked with a coordination marker must pay for it by applying a DRM on the snafu table. Remove the marker after the roll if the formation is not mixed. See 3.2d in that case. Mixed formations. Formations are mixed if any active unit begins within or enters, even momentarily, during movement, any hex inside an inactive formation's blob. Design note. The blob outline should be a simple observation by eyeball. The formations are either using the same area or not. Don't overthink it. Just look at what is going on. If yes, if a unit retreated to a bad location, you might now be mixed, and you need to activate to fix the mess. Okay. I'd just be wondering about like border, if they're like on a border with each other. This also applies. What also applies? Formations are mixed if any active unit begins within or enters, even momentarily during movement, any hex inside an inactive formation's blob. Okay. This also applies during advance after combat, retreat ending hexes, or reinforcement placement. Mixed status varies depending on the order of activations. Mixed formations do not apply to or from combat trains, out-of-command radius units, unassigned independent units, buddies. I don't know what a buddy is. Okay. If the formation is currently mixed, apply a coordination marker to each formation involved. Apply the Mixed Formations DRM for snafu as well. If the formation is currently mixed and has a coordination marker, it will use a -2 DRM for snafu, and in theory will remove the marker, but since it is still mixed, it will obtain a new one instantly. In that case, apply the DRM, but do not remove the marker. Fatigue. Fatigue level is a negative snafu DRM. For example, fatigue 1 would be a -1 DRM. Fresh fatigue is a +1 DRM. Optimal distance. The MSR distance from an HQ to its combat trains must be between 5 and 15 hexes inclusive, counting along each road hex used to gain the DRM. Okay, from an HQ to its combat trains, okay. Optimal distance also applies if combat trains are in an entry hex, and the HQ is not more than 15 hexes away. The DRM cannot be applied if the combat trains are forward of the HQ. They are forward if the MSR from the HQ to the combat trains and the MSR from the combat trains to the supply source share any hexes.
excluding the combat train's hex itself. Okay, that's interesting. I think I understand what that means. Interesting, okay. Should I read this now? Yeah, let's read this now. Mixed formations. Here, the 2nd Panzer Division is activating and needs to assess the location of the smooth blob of the inactive friendly formations in the vicinity. Here, the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. At the moment, no unit of the 2nd Panzer Division is inside the simple blob of the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. 26th. Okay, so this is this blob is for the 26th. And we're looking at the 2nd Panzer. That is not the 2nd Panzer. These are American units. This is the 2nd Panzer. Got it. Oh, but this is the combat train. Got it. So no mixing exists at the moment of the snafu roll, in spite of the awkward location of von Bohm's Recon Kampfgruppe. Recon Kampfgruppe. Oh. No. Oh, this one. Right, okay, I see. Yeah, so my question is, if this 2nd Panzer Recon unit, suppose it was here, would that count? Suppose it was, I guess here that would be kind of clear, right? Because you just draw a straight line from these to these 2 units. So that would be, I could see that being inside. But what about that hex? To me, if you're just going center to center, then this would not be inside. That would be outside. I think one of the things that I miss from the GMT rules is that those would have, like in the Simonich games, those would have complicated situations that would show every possible edge case, or, you know, the most common edge cases that you'd run into in one example or a couple of examples, so that it would be easy to understand in those edge cases that you run into what to do. So this is a bit of too easy of an example. It's a typical example, but it doesn't handle the edge cases. Note that mixing will probably occur during the activation, as 2nd Panzer units use the primary road through Clairvaux. Clairvaux is here. Okay, so they're going to drive through here. They will automatically mix by moving through the hexes containing the 22nd Volksgrenadier units, resulting in a coordination marker for both the 22nd Volksgrenadier and 2nd Panzer divisions. Okay, that's interesting. Good. That's a good example then. Do I want to read this? Look at this one. Snafu. Here, the 112th Infantry Regiment is activating and needs to make a snafu roll. The pathway to the 112th Infantry combat trains is blocked by the German unit at A. 112th. Is that... Okay, so that's these guys. Well, I didn't finish reading the section on snafu, so maybe I should finish that first. So let me finish reading the snafu section. Okay, optimal distance. So, ghost. If the formation's combat trains are currently on their ghost side, apply this DRM. Crossing the streams. This DRM applies if the path between the headquarters and combat trains uses any hex used by another formation's headquarters and its combat trains, inclusive. There is no additional effect based on the number of formations involved at once. Okay? MSR uses tracks. The track DRM applies if any MSR hex uses track instead of better road types. The number of such hexes used has no effect. Okay? Track hexes are legal only between the combat trains to the headquarters, inclusive. There are 2 values for this DRM. Use the one associated with the current turn's trafficability due to weather effects. Okay? MSR blocked. MSR blocked markers have a negative DRM equal to their MSR's blocked level. Use this in addition to the DRM for having its combat trains off map. Okay. Results. Snafu results can be full, partial, or fail. The Snafu result effects chart lists their effects. Once a result is determined, it remains in effect for the entire current activation. A new Snafu result will be determined for each later activation, to include the current formation's second activation, if any. Okay. A formation with a prepared defense reduces its Snafu result of full to a partial. See also failure flips in 3.7d. Objective zones. I don't think this is for the next section. So let me come back and look at this example. So here the 112th Infantry Regiment is activating and needs to make its a Snafu roll. The pathway to the 112th Infantry combat trains, which would be this, is blocked by the German unit at A here. There is no other available path to the trains. B, here, cannot be used because it is a railroad. So the trains do not allow a complete MSR. They must be removed before the Snafu roll. Because the trains are off-map and the MSR is not complete, the various DRMs for a complete MSR do not apply. If it was complete, optimal distance would apply for a net +1. Instead, only the -3 for the combat trains off-map applies. CCR 9, I think that's Combat Command Reserve 9, is buddies, last Blitzkrieg, Rule 1.7, with the 112th Infantry Regiment. So they cannot be mixed or suffer crossing the streams. Okay, so that's what buddies is. It is December 18th, so the game-specific Snafu DRM is -1. Okay. Giving a net DRM of -4. With a -4 on 2 dice, a 6 or less will be a fail, 7 to 10 will be a partial, and 11 or 12 a full. However, even a full will be applied as a partial since the player wishes to keep his prepared defense. Okay, so that's that marker. Okay. Objectives. You typically need objective markers to attack, barrage, and to take control of victory hexes. Place them during activations to identify where the formation will execute active operations. There are objective markers allowed by the Snafu result, those created by the formation's recon units, and the one designating the headquarters march objective. Of these, all but march objectives are combat objectives, which generate objective zone hexes needed to conduct almost all attacks and barrages, as well as to take control of victory point hexes. The one exception is that engagement table fires do not need an objective zone at all. Okay. March objective markers are used to identify the formation headquarters ending location for the orders rules. For the orders rules. Not sure what that means. This location restricts the headquarters movement based on the location chosen. March objective markers do not create objective zones, allowing any form of combat. Objective zones. Each objective marker creates a 2-hex radius objective zone. Okay. An objective zone hex, a 2-hex radius. What does that look like? How do you decide which direction it extends in? Okay, each objective marker creates a 2-hex radius objective zone. An objective zone hex is required to make any regular attacks, shock attacks, radius, not diameter. Okay, right. An objective zone hex is required to make any regular attacks, shock attacks, attacks by fire, barrages, move into an uncontrolled victory point hex. In the case of victory point hex entry, the objective marker must be in the victory point hex itself. Okay. Engagements, however, do not require objective zones, but could apply the DRM for a double objective zone if the target lies within it. While double objective zones have access to DRMs, there are no additional effects for multiple objective zones within one hex. Okay. Double objective zones. These are created by two co-located snafu objective markers. The target of any engagement or attack in a double objective zone applies a DRM. Objective marker availability. The snafu result effects chart gives the number of objective markers a formation can place. Snafu result effects chart. Okay. Objectives created by recon and march objectives, if used, do not count against the number allowed. Okay. Objective markers cannot be saved for future activations, given to other formations, or saved for the formation's second activation. Remove them in the activation's cleanup phase. Objective marker placement. You can place all, some, or none of your available objective markers anywhere you like at any distance from the headquarters. Objective markers must be in a hex containing an enemy non-support unit and or a victory hex designation. Oh, interesting. Okay. See 2.4G regarding march objectives. Once placed, the marker cannot be moved or removed until the cleanup phase. Objective markers have an arrow on their counter to offset the marker if desired. An arrow on their counter to offset the marker. Oh, okay, offset. Got it. So you can move it. So you can like have it on an adjacent hex and like point at the hex that they should be. That is the actual hex. It's the center of the objective. Design note. Obviously, having to place combat objective markers literally on top of enemy units is an abstraction. Anyone who has ever looked at a real objective knows they are best selected by geography. This was allowed in earlier system versions, but players were doing all manner of obscene things with objective markers in an attempt to maximize their usefulness in hitting multiple targets or catching units that retreat. Objectives started showing up in back of enemy units and even on top of friendly ones. The time expended here was criminal. This simplification reduces the crazed planner effect. Interesting. Objective marker removal. In every cleanup phase, remove all objective markers from the map. Okay. Recon created objectives. Recon units can place recon objectives after the activities phase begins. Recon objectives are not constrained by the number of snafu objectives allowed. To conduct a recon, the recon unit must be identified both with recon capability in the unit capabilities chart and in the game-specific rules. It must have at least one fire event to expend. It must not be stopped nor overstacked. You can waive a stop created by armor value enemy zones of control by winning stopping engagements. It does not matter if a stopping engagement is required or not. A recon unit must eliminate the stop to do a recon. And the recon unit must not attempt to recon a hex already containing an objective. Recon units can never create a double objective. Okay. Recon objective placement procedure. The recon unit expends one fire event, rolls one die, and compares the result to the recon unit's action rating.
This is an interesting use of recon units. I've never seen this kind of thing before in a war game. The recon unit expends one fire event, rolls one die, and compares the result to the recon unit's action rating. Okay. If the roll is less than or equal to the recon unit's action rating, so is that, I think the action rating is the number there, the 2? I think that's what that is, yeah. If the roll is less than or equal to the recon unit's action rating, place one objective marker on any enemy unit or VP hex within 2 hexes of the recon unit. If the roll is greater than the action rating, the attempt fails. Place no objective marker. If the recon unit has another fire event, it can attempt to recon that or another hex again. If another recon unit is available, it can attempt to recon a hex which was tried earlier but failed. Once created, a new objective marker and its objective zone exists for all the active formation's units, including the recon unit itself. Okay, so let's look at this example first. Objective zones. Remember, the objective hex must have an enemy unit or victory hex in it. Using the shaded objective zone, Unit A can be attacked. So I think this means that the objective is in this hex. Shaded. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, 2 hex radius. Okay, so that was not what I... okay, that was not what I understood. So you go out 2 additional hexes from the center hex. So this is the shaded area, this like light white color. This is the center. Got it. So using the shaded objective zone, Unit A can be attacked. So here, attacked by fire, barraged, and have its support engaged. Unit B can only have its support engaged. Okay. Got it. So the support is when you like take the other counter and you like put it with the headquarters and it's divvied up to all of the child units of that headquarters. Got it. Recon objectives. In the midst of this activation, the German player has attacked Hex A, which also contains an objective set earlier and the shaded objective zone, so this white area. The unit defending there was forced off map in its retreat and will return to the headquarters next turn. The German player has dispatched Kampfgruppe Stefan, which is recon capable, to set a recon objective on Hex B, here, to allow a follow-on attack to clear the bridge. The player could opt to do the recon either from the C, here, or D, here, hexes. The D hex, here, is under the support armor value enemy zone of control of the unit in B. So to recon from there will require dropping support first to eliminate the stop. Hex E cannot be used because of the stop terrain. Okay. However, without an objective in the victory, the VC hex, victory VC hex with the US star in it. I think they mean VP hex. There. Units won't be able to cross the bridge into that hex. Without an objective marker in the VP hex with the US star in it, units won't be able to cross. Let me just check the glossary to see if VC means anything. I don't think it does. Yeah, there's nothing for VC. I think that means VP. Okay. So, without an objective in the hex with the star in it here, units won't be able to cross the bridge into that hex, even if the unit in B is removed. Kampfgruppe Stefan uses one fire event for the attempt from C. From C is here. Roll one die and compare to Kampfgruppe Stefan's action rating, 5. Is that on the map here?
Oh, that unit there. So why can't it do it from here? If the roll is 5 or less, the recon is successful and the marker is placed on B. If the player rolls a 6, no objective is placed, but Conf Group Stefan can try again if it still has its other fire event. Got it. So I don't understand why he can't do it from here. If he can do it from C, which is 2 hexes away. Well, I'll have to look into that. Activities. Only the currently active formation's units can perform activities during the current activation. If units of multiple formations stack, only those belonging to the currently active formation functions. Function. That should be singular. Or those. Yeah. In general, you are free to use your formation's units and artillery in any order you like, but you must finish moving one unit before starting another. No unit or artillery or air point can be used more than once in an activation. After its chance to move and use fire events, a unit can only attack, assist, or spot for barrages. You cannot go back to an earlier unit for other purposes, even if movement points or fire events remain. Make any desired barrages before, during, and or after any unit's movement. Units move individually, not as stacks. One unit must end its movement for the phase before another can start. You cannot go back to a unit after starting the movement of another, except for the handful of actions listed in 3.4f. Units stop and or finish during the course of the activation. See the stopped finish chart for a full listing of the causes and effects of each. A unit that is not yet finished but is done moving, and the player has started moving some other unit, cannot use any remaining fire events or movement points, but can attack or assist or spot for a barrage. Okay? So that's kind of like a repeat of what they said here. A unit finishes when it conducts or assists a regular attack or executes a voluntary retreat. A finished unit cannot move, regardless of remaining movement allowance, execute any remaining fire events, attack or assist, or enter screen. But a finished unit can spot a barrage. A stop does not preclude executing remaining fire events and or finishing by other means. Okay. Play note. Movement sequencing options. Okay, I think this goes with this section. You can, for example, move Unit A, move Unit B, fire a barrage, move Unit C, attack a hex using A with B as assist. A enters the hex after winning. Fire another barrage using A as a spotter from its new hex. Move Unit D through the hex cleared by the attack. Use D to initiate engagements against some deeper enemy hex. Move Unit E through the same hole in the enemy line. Attack with stack C with an assist from E, and so on. What you can't do, for example, is move Unit A some movement points, fire a barrage, move Unit B, and then go back to finish Unit A's remaining movement allowance, etc. You also cannot move Unit A, then move Unit B, then go back to Unit A to conduct engagements, shock attacks, or attacks by fire. Those must be done before starting a new unit. You can, however, move Unit A some, do an engagement, shock attack, or attack by fire, move Unit A some more, and do another engagement, shock attack, or attack by fire, and then call a barrage.
Then move Unit B so that A and B can make a regular attack together, as attack and assist. And actually, before we go to cleanup, I just noticed this stopped finish chart, which I think goes with what we just discussed. Things that make you stop, right? Cleanup, yeah. Things that make you stop. Using both fire events, terrain effects, traffic markers, okay, leg or truck movement allowance movement into any enemy zone of control, tactical movement allowance movement into an armor value enemy zone of control, starting to move another unit, truck movement allowance movement into an engagement zone, failing a required stopping engagement, spotting a barrage outside an attack sequence. Things you can do stopped: spot barrages, initiate engagements, attack, attack by fire, assist an attack. Things you cannot do stopped: move, recon, shock attack. Things that make you finish: participation in a regular attack, executing a voluntary retreat, entering a required stopping engagement hex when light armor value or as a screen. Okay? Things you can do after finishing: spot for barrages. Things you cannot do after finishing: use remaining fire events, move, attack or assist, or enter screen. Okay? Cleanup. Do the following in every cleanup phase. Remove all objective, all traffic, and any temporary drop support markers which have not converted into drop support. Temporary drop support markers which have not converted into drop support markers. Flip combat trains not within optimal distance to Ghost, if not already. Isolation. Units that are cut off from their headquarters suffer losses from isolation every time they activate. This is a more debilitating situation than when the units and headquarters are isolated together by a blocked MSR. Identify active stacks that have no safe path and/or are out of command radius, even if from advance after combat. Out of command radius, even if from advance after combat. Okay, interesting. Check to see if the formation has an MSR blocked marker. Find these conditions for each unit using the isolation chart and apply any loss listed in the appropriate line. Okay. So it seems like if you're going to advance after combat, you need to have already planned that your headquarters would move up. Something like that. Reinforcements. Reinforcements catching up to their formation headquarters do not apply isolation until they start an activation inside command radius. Okay. Fatigue recovery and failure flip. Fatigue recovery enables a formation to reduce their fatigue level, even to fatigue 0. Limitations. No more than one fatigue level can be recovered in any one game turn. No formation can recover to fresh during the game. Recovering formations cannot execute a second activation, nor can recovery be executed during one. Okay. Formations in prepared defense can recover fatigue. Requirements. A recovering formation must have a complete MSR. Procedure. Announce that the formation will do a recovery activation during its activation's preparation phase. Make no snafu roll. A recovery activation allows only those actions listed for a recovery activation in the sequence of play and in the order presented. failure flip. If you obtain a fail snafu result, you can convert it into a recovery activation in an action called a failure flip. Failure flip can only be done in initial activations. A failure flip cannot be done in any second activation. Apply anything done in the activation before the snafu roll, but continue by executing only those functions in 3.7c as if you decided earlier to conduct a recovery activation, to include giving up any chance at a second activation. 3.7c here. Okay. Anything done in the activation before the snafu roll. I'm not sure what that means. You can also choose to accept the fail snafu result instead and continue to play normally. Failure flips do not apply when orders or planned fatigue options are used. Okay.
Glossary. Plus or minus unit sizes. These additional symbols in a scenario listing or on the counter, show a unit's historical status as either being augmented or reduced by detachments. They are only for historical information, so it's referring to that thing right there in that top right corner. Activation. A single formation's activities applying the activation sequence of play. The current formation must complete both its initial and second activations, if any, before play can pass to the next enemy formation. Assembly hex. The location units exiting support or newly assigned to a formation use to get back onto the map. Assigned, unassigned. Independent units and artillery points attached or not attached to a specific formation. Attack by fire. The effect of armor value unit fires on non-armor value units. While attacks by fire use the barrage table for resolution, they are not barrages, nor restricted by the one barrage per target hex rule. Attack capable. Any unit currently showing an assault arrow on its side. Only attack-capable units can attack on the combat table, or, provided they have no armor value rating, make use of support. A unit must be attack-capable and on its deployed side to use its formation's prepared defense. Armor value zone of control. A type of zone of control generated by armor value units. They come in two flavors, real or support, depending on the armor value unit creating it. Armor value zones of control affect enemy tactical movement allowance units more than regular zones of control. Blob. A blob is a formation's area of operations. Blocking terrain. Terrain that blocks the minimal line of sight needed to make engagements or spot artillery fires at ranges greater than 1 hex. Buddies. Buddies are formations used to freely working together and avoiding many typical problems. These are identified in the game-specific rules. Formations listed as buddies do not apply coordination, mixed formations, or crossing the streams to each other. Command radius. Command radius is the maximum distance from the headquarters a unit can function normally. Combat objectives. Objectives identify a formation's active combat operations area. They define objective zones as defined below. Combat trains. These are the field logistics establishment of a formation. They have a regular side and a ghost side of the counter to indicate the status of the combat trains. Combat unit. A combat unit is a unit that is not an HQ, combat trains, or in support. No game marker is a combat unit. Complete MSR. A complete MSR exists if there is a contiguous series of legal hexes connecting all three of the following in order, from the headquarters through its combat trains and then a friendly supply source. Control. The act of wresting an urban hex's ownership from the enemy. Coordination. An effectiveness reduction when coordinating matters with other formations in their area, or allowing coordination between formations to slip. Crossing the streams. A condition when the path between headquarters and combat trains from more than one formation must share one or more common hexes. Deployed side. If a unit has a movement allowance on each counterside, the deployed side has the smaller movement allowance of the two. Destruction barrages. Artillery or air point fires to destroy enemy steps using the barrage table. DRM. Die or dice roll modifier. If an event is subject to more than one modifier, the DRMs are cumulative. Exception. If DRMs are presented as an either-or situation, then you can apply only one of the presented options. Done. A formation after completing its activations for the turn. A formation that is done can no longer activate at all. A formation that sets up done can do nothing at all on the first turn. Double objective zone, aka double tap. The objective zone created by using two objective markers in the same hex. This generates a DRM on the engagement and combat tables. Drop support, drop. The removal of a stack's access to dedicated support weapons. Play note, KTX brand plastic moved or fired markers are highly useful in marking drop support in a way that does not hide the stack's top unit. Yeah, and I have an example of that here. That's what these are. Okay. Enemy zone of control. Hexes adjacent to enemy units affecting friendly movement or retreats. Engagement. Armor value unit fires used to destroy enemy armor value unit steps, drop enemy support, and sometimes to allow a friendly unit to continue to move. Engagement zone. The area around an armor value unit where it could initiate an engagement. Only non-support armor value units have engagement zones. Do not confuse the limited movement effects of engagement zones with the much more restrictive enemy zones of control. Entry area. Hexes identified as entry locations for reinforcements. Failure flip. A fail snafu converted into a recovery activation. Fatigue. The accumulation of stress on a formation to the point where its dependability becomes questionable and rest is required. Finished. Finished refers to a unit's remaining capabilities in the current activation. Fire events. A limiting means of paying for certain combat actions a unit may initiate during an activation. Formation. A military command containing specific, that is, intrinsic, units, its own headquarters, and combat trains. Fresh. A fatigue state showing a rested and supplied formation. They get a +1 DRM for snafu and second activation rolls. Ghost trains. Ghost trains have been disrupted in some way and are not operating at their best abilities. They are referred to as ghost because their exact location is undefined. Combat trains become ghost for a number of reasons, such as movement, incorrect distances from their headquarters, or enemy actions. Ghost trains apply a DRM for snafu rolls, but have no other effects. Hard units. Vehicles that have beneficial protection from barrage and other light weapon systems. This affects the roll against them on the barrage table and gives them a DRM when doing shock attacks. Hard units have a yellow background in their unit symbol. Headquarters, the command and control center of a formation. Its units are required to remain within the command radius distance of its headquarters. Hosts. A host is any unit able to make use of its formation support. So, for example, like an infantry battalion, or I don't know if are they regiments or battalions or divisions? I'm not sure. In this game, headquarters refuge, the location needed by automatic retreats. A hex with or adjacent to the headquarters, and at least 3 hexes away from the retreat's starting hex. Independent unit. These are without any permanent formation printed on the right side of its unit symbol. These units only function when assigned to some formation. Jumps. These occur when a unit moves into an enemy headquarters and/or combat trains hex during movement or advance after combat. Jumps can be hard or soft if the optional rule is used. The two are different in the quality of the intelligence regarding the target's location. Key terrain. Key terrain requires units to stand fast in combat table situational retreat results, but at the cost of an additional step loss. Terrain is identified as key terrain or not on the terrain effects chart. Note that merely containing a victory point symbol does not make a hex key terrain. Main supply route. The contiguous hex path from a formation headquarters through the formation's combat trains to a supply source that keeps the formation continuously supplied. To be usable, an MSR must be a complete MSR. March objectives. March objectives control headquarters movement. Mixed formations. A formation is mixed if units from other formations start within or enter its blob. Move side. If a unit has a different movement allowance on each counterside, the side with the greater movement allowance of the two is the move side. A unit with only one non-support printed side is automatically considered to be on its move side. Movement allowance. The maximum number of movement points the unit can expend in a single activation. Movement points. Movement points are used to track the expenses applied to a unit's movement allowance by terrain according to the terrain effects chart as it moves. Objective zone. The 2-hex radius around a combat objective marker in which attacks and barrages can be conducted. Objective zones do not restrict engagements. Prepared defense. A formation's posture that trades reduced flexibility for increased defenses. Real armor value. Any unit with an armored value, AV, printed on its counterside, which is not assigned to support. It can be on either its deployed or move counterside, but not in support at the moment. Recovery. An activation used to reduce a formation's fatigue level. Regular attack. An attack conducted by attack-capable or dual units using the combat table, but not identified as a shock attack. Reinforcements. New arrivals entering play following the order of arrival. Replacement points. These are used to replace step losses and can rebuild destroyed units. Roads. The word roads, no capital, designates all road types, including tracks and railroads. If a specific type of road is being referred to, it will be both capitalized and explicit, for example, secondary road. If a road type does apply a rule, it will be specifically mentioned. For example, non-railroad roads would include all roads other than railroads. Safe path. The line of communication between a unit and its headquarters. Screening. Units executing a mission to slow enemy movement without undue risk to themselves. Shock attack. Rapid attacks while moving by mechanized forces. Snafu. Snafu represents the effect of friction, supply, and other logistical matters, including transportation, routing, march traffic control, and planning on a formation's operations. Snafu roll. A dice roll on the snafu table to determine a formation's capabilities for the current activation. Stack. One or more units occupying a single hex. A single unit can be a stack unto itself. Stack unit. A small garrison force incapable of being assigned to any formation. Oh, no, sorry, not stack unit. Static unit. Thought that sounded strange. A static unit is a small garrison force incapable of being assigned to any formation, okay? Steps. Units track their losses using steps, which show a unit's size and resiliency. Step losses have no direct effect on unit strength, other than their eventual removal as dead when they have no steps remaining. Stop. A stop can be inflicted for a number of reasons, and precludes additional movement as well as other functions. Stopping engagement. The exchange occurring when one armor value unit enters another's enemy zone of control. This could be in the form of just a stop, or might require actual engagements. Support. Weapon or vehicle units sent in small numbers to a formation's non-armor value units to provide them additional firepower or protection. Suppression barrages. A short barrage sharp enough so as to force the enemy's heads down at the moment of attack. While they provide a DRM on the combat table, they do not generate appreciable enemy losses. Terrain. Shorthand for land features identified on the terrain effects chart as adding protection for defenders or targets, while others do not. A unit in terrain might suffer fewer losses. Traffic. A condition where combat leaves an area too congested and confused to be rapidly traversed. Trafficability. Conditions of weather which determine the status of terrain effects on movement and the DRM when a track is used in the formation's MSR for snafu purposes. There is poor trafficability in any of the earlier games where weather conditions halved truck movement allowance. Unassigned units. An independent unit not assigned to any formation. Unit. A unit represents historical combat units, headquarters, and their combat trains. Markers of all types are not considered units. Unit traffic. Unit traffic occurs when the available roads are clogged with other friendly units. Unprepared. A unit not currently arrayed for combat. Urban warfare. Combat where the defender occupies an urban terrain hex, first seen in Panzer's Last Stand. Used. A formation whose initial activation has been completed and only has its second activation remaining. If it sets up that way, it must attempt a second activation. Withdrawal. A change in a hex's control in urban warfare such that a side's forces must leave a hex to the enemy. Okay. Zones of control. Hexes adjacent to a unit, where that unit affects enemy activities in several ways. Movement. A player can move all, some, or none of his activated formation's units, given other rules. The inactive player cannot move any of his units, except when needing to retreat. General. Units move individually, but a unit can move as many or as few hexes as desired, subject to movement allowance, snafu results, traffic, enemy units, enemy zones of control, and terrain. Units move in any direction or series of directions, but must follow a contiguous path of hexes through the hex grid. Each unit tracks its remaining movement allowance individually and expends movement points for each hex or hex side entered or crossed according to the terrain effects chart. Units cannot transfer unused movement points to each other, nor save them for later use. Units can never enter hexes containing any kind of enemy unit, except to jump headquarters or combat trains. Exception: see 4.6a regarding deployed side leg movement allowance units and enemy screen units. Switching countersides. Most units have two countersides, showing the unit in different postures. Flipping does not cost movement points. Units can only flip before beginning any activities, and no unit can flip more than once per activation. A unit can only flip with the appropriate safe path. A unit functions based on the values showing. Its face downside has no effect at all. Okay, got it. Halved movement allowance. A movement allowance might be halved for a number of reasons. Regardless of the applicable number of reasons, halve the movement allowance only once. Always keep fractional movement allowance. Do not round them in any way. Traffic. Place traffic markers in the defender's or firer's hex based on combat or engagement table results, respectively. Traffic markers inflict a stop on all units within or entering their hex. Traffic markers inflict their stop, but have no actual movement point cost. If a traffic marker exists in a hex that is already fully or overstacked, additional units cannot enter that hex, even momentarily. Design note: in BCS games before Panzer's Last Stand, traffic markers said stopped on them, short for traffic stopped. This was clarified in Panzer's Last Stand. Okay. Optional. Unit traffic. Unit traffic has no marker. Unit traffic exists in any hex containing any unit except deployed side active units. Okay. Exceptions. Headquarters always create unit traffic, but combat trains, unassigned units, a unit in an entry hex, and any unit currently screening are ignored entirely. Okay. Screen zone hexes, friendly or enemy, have no effect on unit traffic, or vice versa. Units entering a unit traffic hex do not benefit from any roads in or entering the hex. They must pay the hex's other terrain movement point cost, hex and hex side, instead. If the other terrain hex and or hex side is prohibited to the unit, it cannot enter the hex. Other terrain only applies to entering the unit traffic hex, and never to exiting one. Only to entering, and never to exiting one. Got it. Design note: unit traffic was a part of plane traffic and the system standard for a long time. It was always a time-consuming matter and provided only modest returns. Some players loved it, others hated it. I'd suggest playing without unit traffic at first, only adding it later if you prefer greater detail. It does work very well, but it is also a lot of work and time, as players will carefully orchestrate their moves. Terrain effects. Each hex and hex side feature costs a specific number of movement points as listed on the terrain effects chart. This cost varies depending on the unit's movement class, tactical, leg, or truck. Units have independent movement allowances, and the movement point expenditures of one unit do not affect any other. Add any hex side movement points to the hex's cost. Movement point costs, presumably. The moving unit must pay the entire movement point cost before entry. Exception: 1 hex movement. Multiple terrain types. A hex might have more than one hex terrain symbol. The symbol's quantity does not matter. Use the type most costly for movement if not moving on roads. Reciprocal moves. A unit can only move from hex A to hex B if it could also move from hex B to hex A. Okay. Roads. A unit can pay road movement costs and ignore the normal hex and hex side movement point costs if the unit follows a continuous road path and the road is not negated by unit traffic. Roads within a hex are assumed to intersect, even if no intersection is literally shown. Okay. Sure. That's interesting. Okay, prohibited terrain. Units cannot enter or cross prohibited hexes or hex sides unless using a bridge or road. Stop terrain. Units must stop upon entering any stop terrain hex, regardless of their remaining movement allowance. Stop terrain hexes cost 4 movement points. Roads within a hex are assumed to intersect. To me, this means if you had one road entering from one hex side and then curving and then entering that same, not the same hex side, but, on the same side of the hex, and then you had another road coming from another direction and then curving and then going out again. To me, this rule means that those are assumed to join, even if it's not shown on the hex, which is interesting. Anyway, 1 hex movement. If otherwise eligible to move, and not yet moved in this phase, a unit without enough movement points can always move 1 hex. Units can never use this rule to conduct a shock attack, move across or into prohibited terrain, violate failed snafu effects, violate enemy zone of control effects, or move with a printed movement allowance of 0. Okay? Stacking. Normal stacking is 2 combat units. Headquarters, support, combat trains, and all game markers do not count for stacking. Overstacking is allowed, with exceptions listed in 4.2b, but brings with it DRMs on the combat table and multiple rolls on the barrage table. A stack's top combat unit must be the one with the longest printed range. Use the greatest armor value rating in ties. Top combat unit, okay. Otherwise, you can freely determine stacking order at any point during your activation. Overstacking is not allowed at the moment when using any fire event, or being selected as an attack or assist unit, or entering a hex with a traffic marker. Okay. Defending an overstacked hex. Overstacked hexes defend normally in most cases, but with the addition of the combat table's overstacking DRM. Naturally, the barrage and attack by fire systems will make overstacked hexes death traps, but sometimes you have reasons. Okay. Zones of control. With the explicit exceptions in 4.3b, combat units have zones of control in the hexes adjacent to them. Zones of control come in 2 varieties. Normal zones of control, generated by all but the units listed in 4.3b, and armor value zones of control, which are only generated by armor value units. Headquarters, combat trains, screen units, and unprepared units do not have zones of control. Restrictions on zones of control. Terrain does not restrict zones of control. Friendly units only negate enemy zones of control for safe paths and the movement of headquarters. Okay. Enemy zone of control effects. Enemy zones of control affect movement depending on the moving unit's movement allowance class and/or type. No unit can move directly from one enemy zone of control to another that affects it. Units can freely exit any enemy zone of control it began its movement within, provided it does not move directly into another enemy zone of control that affects it. Leg movement allowance and truck movement allowance units must stop if they enter any enemy zone of control. Tactical movement allowance units must stop on entering an armor value enemy zone of control, real or support hex. This may require a stopping engagement, but only real armor value enemy zones of control apply to tactical movement allowance units for safe path determination. So again, real AV means you've got a counter, like a tank counter on the map, instead of it being the tank counters like on the headquarters little card, meaning it was divvied up to infantry units. Headquarters can never enter an enemy zone of control unless the enemy zone of control is negated by a friendly unit. Okay. Enemy zones of control and retreats. Appropriate enemy zones of control in a retreat's ending hex can inflict step losses on the retreating units. Enemy zones of control that eliminate the safe path of leg or truck movement allowance units might cause them to be unable to retreat and take a step loss instead. Enemy zones of control have no effect at all on retreating tactical movement allowance units. Armor value zones of control. Armor value zones of control affect the movement of enemy tactical movement allowance units, whereas normal zones of control do not. Armor value zones of control are generated by real armor value units or by support. These are real armor value zones of control or support armor value zones of control, respectively. These are referred to as. Okay, got it. Armor value zones of control are limited to hexes adjacent to it, but regardless of the unit's range. Support armor value zones of control are available to any currently supported unit. Got it. So meaning if you've got an infantry unit that has, the headquarters, the parent headquarters of that infantry unit has its an armored unit with it as support, so it's been split up and given out to the different infantry units, that would be a support. That infantry unit would now have a support armor value zone of control. Stopping engagements. While moving into armor value enemy zones of control requires your moving unit to stop, winning a stopping engagement could allow it to break free, wave the stop, so it can keep moving. Stopping engagements never occur in any non-armor value unit movement, advance after combat, or retreat. Okay? Some stopping engagements are required, meaning you must fire at least once, even if you don't intend to keep moving, while others are not. You can decide to not fire at all and merely stop in place. Each stopping engagement shot costs one fire event, like any other engagement. Required or not required. A moving unit is required to make at least one stopping engagement if the armor value enemy zone of control entered is generated by either a real armor value unit or a host with standoff support. Not sure what that is yet. A stopping engagement is not required if the armor value enemy zone of control is exclusively from hosts with non-standoff support. The player is free to fire anyway in order to waive the stop. Okay, so standoff, I guess, means like it's a type of support that, yeah, it's a type of support. And a host just means like any unit that is able to make use of that support. Exception. Light armor value and all armor value armed screening units cannot execute a required stopping engagement. They become finished instead. If the stopping engagement is not required, they stop normally. Okay. Waiving a stop. The stop requirement is waived if no armor value enemy zone of control remains in the firing unit's hex. An armor value enemy zone of control disappears if the unit providing it is destroyed, retreats, or is a host and it drops support. The moving unit wins if the hex's stop is waived. It loses if it does not. If a unit loses a required stopping engagement, it remains stopped. Regardless of the failure of any earlier stopping engagement, the unit can expend its remaining fire event as an engagement that might open up that enemy zone of control hex to the movement of his other units. Okay? Even if a unit eventually wins the stopping engagement, it stops if it expends its last fire event, and you cannot pause one unit to help it out with another before it continues. In each stopping engagement, the active player's moving armor value unit is the firer. The inactive player selects the target unit he desires. Okay. The inactive player selects the target unit he desires. Okay, so I guess that means if you're moving as a... Can you move as a stack? I don't think you can. The target unit chosen must contribute an armor value enemy zone of control into the moving unit's hex. It must follow the normal engagement target selection requirements in 5.2b Part 2. I'm not sure what this means by target. A stop must be waived before making any recon attempt. Okay. So, we've got an example here. Does this go with that, I guess? Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, let's look at these examples. Stopping engagements. Here, what would that be? Second Battalion of the 16th Regiment of the 116th Panzer Division, I guess, has just moved into the hex adjacent to Task Force Harper. Okay. A stopping engagement is required, as Harper has a real armor value zone of control, because you can see the tank symbol, that is, and it's on the map, so that's a real AV, a real armor value unit. There are no additional DRMs in this case, so it is the German unit's effective 7 versus the US unit's effective 6 for a +1 overall. I'm not sure where that 7 comes from and the 6. Not sure where those come from. I have to check. Unless maybe they just rolled for it. Maybe that's what their roll was. The first roll, I guess not. The first roll is a 4. With the +1 gives a 5 and a fire loss and traffic. The German player takes that loss and places a traffic stopped marker in the Panzer Battalion's hex and could try again. The Panzer Battalion is not attack capable, so it could not literally attack Harper using the combat table. Shock attack would not be possible, both because of the stop and the fact that Harper is an armor value unit. There is another fire event, so it fires again. Same +1, and this time rolls an 8 for a net 9. Harper takes 1 loss and has a retreat result to satisfy. The stopping engagement has been won, but having used its last fire event, the Panzer Battalion cannot continue to move. Okay, let's look at this one now. Standoff support. Now, is this... Yeah, okay, right. Standoff support. Here, the 88 millimeter unit, which is there, is with the headquarters in command radius of the 2 Fallschirmjäger units here, both of which have their support. Okay, not sure what support they have. Task Force Rose here moves up from the south and wishes to attack one of these 2 Fallschirmjäger units in the hope of cutting through to the river and blocking off further advances by the Fallschirmjäger. Oh, I guess this is the standoff support. Maybe. Yeah, I think the 88 is the standoff support. Where are we? However, once it enters 31.15 here, it must deal with the stopping engagements created by the standoff support from both of these units. In this, Task Force Rose is in a good spot. As there is a required stopping engagement in that hex, even though it is coming from 2 enemy hexes, only 1 stopping engagement is literally required. Rose can accept the other as just a stop and isn't forced to engage it. The stopping engagement shot on 315, what is that? So that would be the 3rd Battalion of the 15th Regiment. The stopping engagement shot on the 3rd Battalion of the 15th Regiment is a 5-8, or a net -3. A roll of a 9 manages to drop support on this unit. As the second identical shot is really an unneeded risk to Rose, who will attack the 3rd Battalion of the 15th Regiment with a regular attack shortly, Rose can make use of its other fire event to make an attack by fire on 3/15 in the hopes of killing a step before the combat. Task Force Rose will then be out of fire events and locked in the unwaved armor value enemy zone of control of the 3rd Battalion of the 14th Regiment. That one, yeah. I think I'm reading those correctly. Both of these add up to a single stop. It is expected that Rose will attack 315, which does not have support and might be down to 5 steps. With luck, this will result in 315 scurrying off, and Rose will advance into 32.15. which I guess is the unit, yeah, that's the hex it's in. If Rose gets a second activation, it will then deal with 314. That one. Okay. Engagement zones. Engagement zones are generated by armor value units out to the extent of their range and give the following effects. Truck movement allowance units must stop on entering an engagement zone. Headquarters cannot move into or end a retreat within an engagement zone hex. Other than these 2 points, engagement zones have no effect at all other than where they might be able to initiate an engagement. Unlike enemy zones of control, friendly units do not negate engagement zones for headquarters movement. Only terrain and weather affect engagement zones. Only real, that is not in support, armor value units, which are not light armor value or screening units, generate engagement zones. Engagement zones extend into all hexes of the armor value unit's range, possibly restricted by terrain and weather. Blocking terrain, line of sight. Terrain has no effect on an engagement zone into adjacent hexes. but greater ranges require no blocking terrain on the line between the endpoint hexes. Use the line connecting their center points. Ignore terrain in both endpoint hexes entirely. Ignore all hex side features, units of both sides, and all game markers in or between the endpoint hexes. Use the listing on the terrain effects chart to determine if an intervening hex blocks or not. Count entire hexes as blocking. The specific location of the symbol is irrelevant. If the line between the fire's hex and the target hex runs on a hex side between a blocking and a non-blocking hex, the engagement zone is not blocked. Okay. Screening. Screening allows recon units to slow enemy movement without undue risk to themselves. Okay. A recon unit currently on its move side can be marked as screen before starting its activity phase. Snafu results do not affect screens. You can add a screen marker to recon units at any time in an initial activation, even in a fail snafu, but never in a second activation. Screen markers can be removed at any time, even in an enemy activation, instantly releasing the unit. Screen zone units. A unit marked screen has no zone of control, can move, recon, and spot for barrages, cannot end movement or retreat stacked with any other unit. Should this happen, remove all screen markers from the involved units. Cannot attack, assist, attack by fire, or initiate engagements. They are finished upon entering any armor value enemy zone of control hex, and cannot enter a hex that requires a stopping engagement. And the units cannot jump headquarters or combat trains. Enemy tactical or truck movement allowance units cannot enter the hex occupied by the screen unit itself. Okay. Enemy deployed leg movement allowance units can enter the hex occupied by a screen unit and cause the screen unit to retreat 3 hexes. Okay. Retreating does not affect the unit's screen marking or cause a counterflip to occur. Screen zone unit combat. Screen units are not subject to the combat or barrage tables. Screen units can be fired upon using the engagement table, but cannot be the firer in an engagement. However, convert each both loss result into a no losses target retreats 3 hexes result. Screen zones. Screen units have no zone of control, just their screen zone. A screen zone includes all hexes around the screen unit, out to a number of hexes away from the unit, inclusive. Screen zones exist to a radius of 3 hexes in all BCS games, a change to last Blitzkrieg. Ignore enemy units and terrain for screen zone purposes. Ignore terrain for screen zone purposes. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Screen zone effects. Move side enemy units pay 1 additional movement point per screen zone hex entered. Screen zones do not affect deployed side enemy units. Unprepared units cannot enter an enemy screen zone hex. Okay. Screen zones, including the screen unit itself, have no effect on hex legality for MSRs, unit traffic, safe paths, friendly or enemy, or engagement zones, and vice versa. That's interesting. It's interesting they don't affect MSRs, as far as I can tell. That's, yeah, seems odd.
Headquarters and combat trains. Headquarters and combat trains cannot be destroyed or captured. They can be temporarily disrupted by enemy jumping, enemy units moving into their hex, and have their own movement requirements. Headquarters movement. Headquarters move during the activities phase, using their own movement allowance like any unit, except they will lose any prepared defense markers they have if they move. When using the orders rules, headquarters movement is strictly controlled by the orders they are given. Okay? However, a headquarters under prepared defense orders cannot do a voluntary retreat. Regardless of its movement class, headquarters cannot cross or enter terrain prohibited to truck movement allowance. Important. Headquarters must always end their movement or retreat in a non-railroad road hex, which, if possible, is at the end of a complete MSR. Combat train movement. Combat trains, which are currently legal or off-map, move by simply placing them in any desired legal hex that also creates a complete MSR. They cannot move to any illegal hex or even a legal hex which doesn't generate a complete MSR. If the formation does not have a complete MSR in the activation's preparation phase, remove the combat trains and place them off-map. Combat trains that are off-map can return to any legal hex on-map if doing so creates a complete MSR during the activities phase. Such combat trains have moved and re-enter as Ghost. Okay. Combat trains which move or end an activities phase outside optimal distance from their headquarters between 5 and 15 hexes must flip to their Ghost side. Combat train recovery from Ghost. Ghost combat trains can recover to normal if legal and part of a complete MSR, within optimal distance, and are stationary for the preceding activity phase. Okay. Jumping headquarters and combat trains. Table retreat results do not directly affect headquarters and combat trains, but if an enemy unit ever enters their hex, they are jumped and must retreat. Headquarters in 4.7E and combat trains in 4.7H. The enemy unit executing a jump can be moving in regular movement or an advance after combat. Unprepared units, retreating units, screen units, units starting the phase out of command radius, headquarters, and combat trains cannot jump enemy headquarters and combat trains. Headquarters retreats. Do these things to retreat an HQ following a jump. Retreat the HQ at least 3 hexes to any legal hex that is free of any engagement zone. Just pick up and place the HQ in the desired hex, with no enemy zone of control or safe path concerns along the way. Okay. Flip its combat trains to Ghost. Remove the headquarters prepared defense marker, if any. Apply a coordination marker to the HQ. Retreat does not change an HQ's activation status, available, used, or done. HQ escape into a pocket. An HQ can ignore the need for a complete MSR and the minimal retreat distance requirements of 3.1A and 4.7E, as well as the concerns of the directional retreat guidelines, but it must end in a hex containing one of its own units. Other than needing a complete MSR, all other legal hex requirements apply. Okay. HQ voluntary retreat. An active formation's headquarters can voluntarily retreat following the procedure in 4.8
except headquarters never lose a step, and headquarters can do so even in a fail snafu. A headquarters voluntary retreat applies 4.7e and 4.7f normally. Headquarters under optional prepared defense orders cannot execute a voluntary retreat. If an HQ does a voluntary retreat, it must increase its fatigue level by 1. Combat trains retreat. Jumped combat trains retreat by just being picked up and placed in a legal hex, creating a complete MSR, then flipping to ghost. That hex must be at least 10 hexes following a road down its MSR from where it started. The resulting hex need not be 10 hexes straight line distance from where it started. Okay. The resulting hex need not be 10 hexes straight line distance from where it started. But it must be at least 10 hexes following a road down its MSR from where it started. Okay. If no such hex is possible, the combat trains are sent off-map. Optional, soft jumps. If an HQ or combat trains is jumped, roll 1 die for the hex, regardless of the numbers of HQs and or combat trains in it. Make this roll before resolving any combat unit retreats. On a 1 to 4, it is a soft jump and follows part 3 before. On a 5 to 6, it is a hard jump and applies the process in 4.7 E, F, and H. On a soft jump, the owner moves both the jumped headquarters and its combat trains, regardless of which gets jumped, as desired. Retain, but do not add any prepared defense or coordination markers. The combat trains retain their existing ghost status or not, and need not become ghost as a result. There is no path involved. The idea is that it was there the whole time. The player can shift any desired number of hexes. The chosen hexes must be appropriate terrain, not contain an enemy unit, engagement zone, or enemy zone of control, and not block an enemy MSR. However, the hexes need not be legal at the moment. Okay, I'm not sure I follow the rationale here. And it's 1 to 4. Okay, so this seems like a more permissive way of handling jumped HQs. Design note. A soft jump might look odd at first. It is not a movement of any sort. Rather, it is an attempt to add limits to the enemy's perfect eye-in-the-sky intel. His units roll into a location he was certain was correct, only to find nothing there. The new location is actually where the headquarters was this whole time, or so it seems. The enemy's perfect situation map was simply wrong again. Oh, interesting. Really interesting. Okay. Headquarters jumping. The contents of the 106 Infantry Division stack are splayed out around it. Okay, so that would be, I guess, maybe all of that? I don't know. Kampfgruppe Stefan, approaching from the south, this one, needs to establish a recon objective on St. Vith, which I guess is there. This is needed because of the 168th Engineer and a victory point in that hex. 106 Engineers. Is that these guys, I guess? Let's zoom in. Yeah, I think that's an engineering unit. I don't know. Support unit. This is needed because of the 106th Engineering Unit and a victory point in that hex, not because there is an HQ. This uses one fire event. The player rolls one die and gets a 2, which sets the objective marker on the HQ in St. Vith, which is not shown. This allows both the shock attack and the entry into the US-controlled victory point hex. Stefan then makes a shock attack on the stack from 30.10. 30.10 from here. Note that there is no support to drop to enable this attack, as there is no unit in the hex that can take advantage of the 106th Infantry Division's support or prepared defense. The shock attack is a 6-4 or a +2. Any roll of 9 or more will dislodge the HQ and destroy the engineer. Because the city is key terrain, situational results will not force a retreat. Here, the player rolls a 10. So he's moved into the city. The HQ has retreated the required 3 hexes. It has lost its prepared defense marker, which was that, and the engineer has been destroyed, which was that. The HQ will also need to be given a coordination marker for having retreated, which is not, I don't think is shown, and have its combat trains flipped to their ghost side, which would not be in this image because the combat trains are further away. Okay, got it. Voluntary retreats. In lieu of normal movement, active units can self-inflict voluntary retreats to get out of locations they couldn't exit normally. Safe paths, enemy zones of control, engagement zones, terrain, and enemy units themselves do not restrict voluntary retreats. Okay, that's interesting. What do they mean by that? The retreat ending hex must be 3 hexes away. Inflict 1 step loss and flip the unit to its move side. This finishes the unit. If the ending hex contains an enemy zone of control, inflict the normal additional step loss as well. So I think what this is saying is you can retreat through enemy zones of control or any terrain. So what does that mean? You can retreat across mountains if you're a vehicle? I'm not sure I understand. Headquarters do the same, but can extend their retreat to fulfill the conditions of a jumped headquarters in 4.7 E and F. Okay. Headquarters do not take any step loss. Headquarters retreats must be towards their combat trains, and see 5.5b. Headquarters can voluntary retreat under a fail snafu result. All other units require at least a partial snafu result. See 4.7g for more details. Okay. 4.8d. Headquarters under actual prepared defense orders, as opposed to an HQ that just happens to have a prepared defense marker, cannot execute a voluntary retreat. Realistic movement. Players ponder, control, redo, and rework moves to squeeze out ever greater optimization. Their opponents must do the same to compete. The result, after a great time investment, is a level of precision that has nothing to do with reality. This rule makes cardboard units move like the real thing. Unit movement. Units move as the real elements. If a counter moves along the grid into a hex, it really did so. No redos. If you go down the wrong track and need to backpedal, do so literally using your movement allowance. Honest mistakes. However, if you screw up, For example, count movement points wrong, forget a rule, or whatnot. Let your opponent know what you did and figure out where the unit should be. Changing what you'd like to do doesn't count. Okay. Combat. Combat occurs in multiple ways, including engagements, attacks, shock attacks, attack by fire, and barrage. Unit types restrict the kinds of combat a unit can conduct and be subjected to. See the unit capabilities chart. Only the active player can initiate any form of combat. Play note: combat type integration. Learning to play the game requires understanding what types of combat to use versus the kinds of targets and the capabilities of your own units. Becoming a great player is a matter of not only knowing these things, but arranging your forces so that you have the tools available to obtain your goals as rapidly and efficiently as possible. Importantly, an expert player will know what tools to leave in the toolbox given the situation he is presented, and which ones will do the needed job and how well they will do it. Regular attacks are set-piece actions coordinated between assaulting and supporting units and fires to push the enemy out of a position on the ground. Resolve these on the combat table. Shock attacks are rapid assaults by mechanized units exploiting their protection and mobility to decisively attack an enemy location. Shock attacks allow the attacking unit to continue movement afterwards. Resolve these on the combat table. Engagements are fire exchanges between weapons platforms using armor value strengths. Engagements are used to generate losses, to suppress support, and to free friendly units for movement. Unlike attacks, they do not represent an effort to seize terrain. Resolve these on the engagement table. Attacks by fire use armor value weapons against non-armor value targets. Resolve these on the barrage table. Barrages use artillery and/or aircraft to generate suppression effects or to inflict step losses on enemy locations. Destruction barrages use the barrage table to create losses. Suppression barrages allow the player to apply DRMs on the combat table, but do not inflict any step losses. Terrain, as in a unit has terrain, are specific terrain features that affect combat and barrage of listed types on the terrain effects chart. Both hex and hex side features could apply terrain effects. Hex side terrain applies to the combat table, but has no effect on any engagements, attacks by fire, or barrages. Okay. Headquarters and combat trains cannot be engaged, attacked, or barraged. They do not absorb step losses at any time or for any reason. Screen units cannot be attacked or barraged, but could be engaged by enemy armor value units. Okay. Regular and shock attacks. Both regular and shock attacks use the combat table to represent assaults into enemy-occupied hexes. Shock attacks have a number of exceptions and special requirements, which do not apply to regular attacks. All attacks. Execute attacks at any time and order during the activities phase. Attacks are never required. Each attack involves only one defending hex, which must contain an enemy unit, which can be attacked. The defending hex must be within an objective zone, but attacks are not restricted by command radius. Attack sequence. The attacker declares the attack and identifies the defending hex. The defender announces if he can apply prepared defense. The defender identifies his action rating unit. The attacker identifies the attack and any assist units. The attacker executes any barrage. Determine the net combat table DRM. Roll on the combat table. Apply the results: losses, retreats, advances. Attack unit requirements. All attack units must provide the attack's action rating, be adjacent to the defending hex, be able to enter the defender's hex in regular movement, not be finished, not be overstacked, be used to determine attacking DRMs, have a movement allowance greater than 0. Okay. Barrages in an attack. The attacker can select one of two kinds of barrage using available artillery or air points to support his attack. The formation headquarters command radius does not restrict barrage. A suppression barrage generates a +2 DRM in a regular attack, or a +1 DRM in a shock attack. In neither case does the suppression barrage cause any step losses. A destruction barrage can cause step losses from the barrage table, but gives no suppression DRM. If a destruction barrage destroys the defending stack, execute advance after combat, and the attack ends without rolling on the combat table, but still finishes all involved units. For fatigue roll purposes, the attack did occur. Combat table DRMs. Each side determines its net action rating by adding the applicable combat table DRMs to their chosen unit's action rating. Subtract the defender's net action rating from the attacker's net action rating to find the final DRM. Use the terrain in the defender's hex and any hex side terrain the attack unit is crossing to make the attack. For the defender to use his second unit DRM, he must have exactly 2 combat units in his hex. Okay. So they each need to select a lead. Is it you select a lead unit then? I'm not sure I follow that. Combat table results. Roll 2 dice, add the final DRM, and read the result on the combat table. Results include losses, retreats, and traffic. Only the attack unit can absorb attacker losses. If it cannot absorb all of them, ignore the excess. Losses cannot be applied to support or assist units. The defender must inflict the first loss on his action rating unit, and then distribute remaining losses to other real units within his hex, as desired. Place any resulting traffic marker in the defender's hex if his stack either retreats or is destroyed. Otherwise, ignore it. Retreat results affect all the units in the defending hex. Regular attacks only. A hex can only be targeted by a single regular attack in a single phase. But if the enemy units retreat to a new hex, they could be attacked again by different attacking units. Okay. That's interesting because not all games work like that. In some games, you can only attack a given unit once per turn. Regular attack criteria. The attack unit must apply the all attack units list in 5.1c and must be attack capable. An attack unit could be stopped. Okay. Assist units. You can assign an assist for your attack if you wish. An assist gives that attack a DRM. The unit capabilities chart shows which unit types can assist. You may select no more than one unit as an assist. An assist must be attack capable or have an armor value showing, be adjacent to the defender's hex, be adjacent to or stacked with the attack unit, not be overstacked, okay, not be finished, but can be stopped. An assist unit can advance after combat only if stacked with the attack unit, and not from other locations. It can only advance after combat if it is capable of entering the defender's hex in normal movement. Okay. Ending a regular attack. Regardless of any advance after combat, units that attack or assist are finished. Shock attack only. You can shock attack a hex as many times in an activity phase as you can manage, even with the same unit, in addition to other attack or barrage types, and in any desired order. Shock attack criteria. A shock attack defending hex must not contain any armor value rating, real or support, costs 3 movement points or less for tactical movement allowance. Road movement point rates can be used to reduce the hex's terrain cost. Okay. The defender's hex could contain a stop if using a road rate to pass the 3 movement point test. That stop applies after the unit successfully advances into that hex. No, the unit need not pay this amount. The hex merely needs to cost that much or less. A shock attack unit must follow the all attacks list in 5.1c. That's, I think, this one. Yep. It must be a single unit. It must have at least 1 movement point and 1 fire event remaining. It must not be under a stop. It must have a tactical movement allowance and be shock attack capable on the unit capabilities chart. And it must show one or more of the following: attack capability, a red armor value, a light armor value, or breakthrough armor. Other shock attack special rules. Shock attacks cannot use assists. A shock attack costs 1 fire event. Okay. Shock attacks do not finish the attacking unit. Shock attacks can never use more than 1 artillery or air point for barrage. To obtain the attack by fire DRM, the attack by fire must come from the attack unit itself and leave another fire event available for the shock attack. The attack by fire accrues the DRM even if it generates no loss. Ending a shock attack. The attack unit can continue to move using its remaining movement allowance if not stopped for any reason, including running out of fire events by doing the attack. Continue movement, if any, from the unit's current hex, be it with or without the free move of an advance after combat. Okay. Once beginning to move again, enemy zones of control and stopping engagements apply normally. Okay. If the attack fails to dislodge the defender, and the attacker still has movement allowance and a fire event remaining, it can move or even try another shock attack against the same hex again. So to me, this seems like the equivalent to the overrun type of attacks in like the standard combat series, for example. Regardless, all the DRMs involved in the earlier attack are reset to 0. A new shock attack, even against the same target, must provide its own DRMs. Design note. Yes, this all means that a unit could make a successful shock attack against a hex, advance after combat into it, and thereby move into the hex for free. Remember, they are hustling at the time, and the world is not as black and white as a unit's movement allowance might indicate. Okay, so this is just saying that you would not spend movement allowance to get in there, but you are spending your fire events, I think. Okay, shock attack example. Here, the prepared defense and support for the 99th Infantry Division is arrayed nearby for visibility in the example. So that's the 99th there. Objective zones, as needed, are assumed. Okay. In the first example, the German Panzer unit here, 1,2I. Yeah, that one. So is that the first? Oh no, that's the parent unit. Piper. No, Piper's the parent. So this is the 1st Battalion, second regiment of the 1st, I don't know, 1st Panzer Division? Not sure. In the first example, this German Panzer unit moves into 3622. 36, 20, 20, 21, 22. So it moved into there. And wishes to do a shock attack on the 99th Infantry Division, Unit B, which I guess is that one. The unit at B. Or is that actually named B? No, it's not named B. It cannot do one against Unit A, which is not the unit's actual name, because the terrain movement point cost, 4 for the stop terrain, is too high. Oh, okay, because of, I guess, this particular terrain. But the road heading south into 3621, so that road there, allows such an attack. However, before this is possible, the Panzer unit must eliminate the stop requirement created by the support armor value enemy zone of control from Unit A, and drop the support from Unit B to allow the attack at all. Okay. This, of course, is beyond the capabilities of the German unit. It can try to drop the support from both U.S. units, but in doing so, it will be stopped for the activation and out of fire events, unable to make any shock attack. In the other example, Spitze, I guess this guy, is going to do a shock attack against Unit C here. Here, there is no support or prepared defense, as the engineer is unprepared and in a village, which is not key terrain in a case a situational result comes up. Which is not key terrain in case a situational result comes up. Okay. As a result, both of Spitze's fire events are available. The player decides to do an attack by fire so as to obtain the extra +1 on the combat table. Spitze attacks with a 5 action rating, +1 dual, not sure what that means, +1 for attack by fire, and +1 for suppression with artillery for an 8. The engineer defends with a 2 action rating, which I guess is that, +1 for terrain for a 3. The shock attack has a net +5 DRM. Here the German player rolls a 6, which is modified to an 11. The engineer takes the D1 result. It must retreat. However, as the unit has no printed movement allowance, 5.5I applies, and the unit is automatically destroyed. I didn't get to 5.5i yet. Spitze enters the hex at no movement point cost, but cannot continue to move as it has used all its fire events and is stopped. Okay. Got it. Engagements. Engagements represent armor-valued armed units exchanging fires. Only the active player initiates engagements. Resolve them on the engagement table. Engagements can only be initiated against enemy armor value units or support. If an armor value unit wishes to fire on a stack without any armor value, use attack by fire instead. Engagement firers. A qualified active armor value unit, which is not in support, can execute an engagement by firing on a single enemy armor value unit target in its range. The limitations on this range, the range's maximum value, the effect of terrain in 5.2b Part 4, visibility and blocking terrain, restricts how far away a target can be engaged. Looks like a double parenthesis. The firer's range affects if the target can be engaged at all. The target's range affects if the firer can take losses at all. If the target can use the multiple support DRM. Okay, I think they mean the firer's range to the target and the target's range to the firer. If the target is a support unit, measure the target's range to the firer on the support's counter from the host back to the firer. Engagements require the expenditure of one fire event each, but do not cost movement points. If a unit no longer has a fire event available, it cannot initiate an engagement. Okay. A unit can initiate an engagement at any point in movement, including before it moves, and is free to move afterwards if this wasn't its last fire event. Enemy zones of control do not affect a unit's ability to engage. There is no need for the firer to be able to enter the target's hex in any way, nor is there ever an advance after combat after any engagement, no matter what the results. Engagement targets. Engagements do not require the target to be in an objective zone, but the target must be inside a double objective zone to apply the double objective DRM. The inactive player selects the unit in the target hex to be the target of the firer's engagement into that hex. Choose the target unit with the greatest armor value and/or range in the following priority order: a real armor value unit, a support armor value using a host from a formation with multiple support units. Okay. A support armor value using a host from a formation with only one support unit. Okay. I think that means like if you have multiple formations mixed in a single hex, I guess. A given target unit can be engaged any number of times in a phase. If the target's hex contains terrain or the target itself is in prepared defense, the maximum engagement range is reduced to one hex. Okay. I guess that means the range from the fire to the target. I guess. Special cases. Light armor value and screen units cannot be engagement firers, but can be engagement targets. Support can only be engagement targets. If the target is a screen unit, convert a both loss result into no losses target retreats 3 hexes against it. Engagement table and results. Resolve engagements by rolling 2 dice on the engagement table, adding any applicable modifiers. There are 2 sections in the engagement table. Use the top one if the target is a real armor value unit, and the bottom one if the target is support. The numbers shown are the modified 2 dice rolls. Use the result in the same column above the modified roll made. Okay. Do I have the engagement table on here? No, I don't think so. And that's just... yeah, that's just... okay. Let me see if I can find it. Charts and tables. Okay. Engagement table. Here it is. Okay, engagement table. So what was this saying? There are 2 sections on the engagement table. Use the top one. Target is support. Fire only, target is real AV, target is support. I think that's what they mean. If the target is a real AV, so that's referring to this. And the bottom one if the target is support, that's this one. The numbers shown are the modified 2 dice rolls. So it's a 2d6 roll. Okay, so that's what these numbers are. They're the results on a 2d6, a roll of a 2d6. Use the result in the same column above the modified roll made. Okay, so that just means if you roll a 5 or less, then you use this result. Fire, loss, and traffic. If you roll a 6 to 8, you use this result, both loss. Okay, that's easy enough. Support uses the host's action rating to compute the target's base differential modifier. Support armor value plus host unit's action rating. Okay. Real armor value units use their own action rating. The multiple support DRM applies only in a shot against support when the targeted formation, not hex, has more than 1 support unit and the range of each reaches into the fire's hex. Apply the result to the side or sides indicated. However, ignore all fire results if the fire is outside the target's range. Okay. Place any resulting traffic marker in the fire's hex. Okay. Engagement results and support units. Never apply losses to a support host, only to the support unit itself. A target drop result drops support from every unit in the stack, even if its own support didn't participate. Optional. In any engagement at a range greater than 1 hex, convert any both loss result into no effect. Okay. Attack by fire. Okay, so then let's maybe read the design note first and then read the examples. Play note. For those used to earlier editions of these rules, how standoff support 88s is used may be confusing. When deployed as a real armor value unit, meaning not in support, the 88s have the same 2 fire events, an engagement zone to engage as a fire out to their range, ability to attack by fire, and an armor value zone of control. In support, they lose these things except the ability to be engaged as a target and the armor value zone of control for their hosts. They also apply a required stopping engagement to any enemy armor value units that enter those armor value zones of control. Okay. So you can't engage as a fire. Ability to attack by fire. Okay. Sure. So let's look at these examples. Engagement. In this example, visibility is greater than 2 hexes. Task Force Harper, here, has moved into the hex shown and has not yet expended a fire event. Visibility allows it to see both German units, but Unit A cannot be engaged from a range greater than 1 hex due to terrain. I guess due to the terrain that it is in. Task Force Harper will engage German Unit B here. No DRMs apply, so this is a -1 shot. Harper is a 6 armor value plus action rating. I guess that's the armor value and the action rating is the top right. And the German is a 7, right? Is that how that works? Let me refresh my memory. Here we go. Armor value, action rating. Yeah, I was right about that. Oh, and that's the range. Got it. And the German is a 7 because you add the 3 with that 4. This is resolved on real AV, real armor value engagement table section as... This is resolved on the real AV engagement table section as 2/16, this unit, is a real, not support, armor value unit. Firing at range 2 is a smart move, as there is no risk of fire or loss while out of range of the German tanks. Harper's first shot rolls a modified 5, which would have been a fire or loss in traffic, but due to the range, both are ignored, leading to a no result. The next roll is a modified 7. Range converts a both loss result to a step loss for the Germans, but no loss to Harper. Both loss has no retreat result. Having expended both fire events, Task Force Harper is now stopped for the activation, which is effectively the same as being finished. Okay, makes sense? So I guess if it doesn't have a range shown, then the range is 1 hex. That one has a range of 2 hexes. Dropping support. This example looks at the options involved when taking down support. This is the 116th Panzer activation, so this group. The player's mission is to take the bridge in the northwest corner, here, provided the bridge isn't blown if the Germans get that far. He must drop the U.S. Mixed Infantry Battalion support so as to do attacks by fire or shock attacks. The 1st/16th Panzer Battalion makes a 9 versus 6 plus 3 engagement. Okay. 9, what was it? 116. So that is this one. So you add the 5 and the 4, that's how you get 9. And where do they get the... That's the support. So I guess that's 3 plus 2? No. 3 plus 2. How are you getting 6? Maybe they're adding the... Not sure. I have to refresh my memory of how that works. But they roll an 8, the support drops, and the AT, the anti-tank unit, not the host itself, suffers a step loss. 1/16 must complete its movement to use its remaining fire event before moving some other unit. It makes an attack by fire, which requires a roll of 5 to 6. The target is in terrain, this one, and prepared defense using the attack by... The target is in terrain and prepared defense using the attack by fire column. The player rolls a 2 and misses. 1/16 is stopped. It cannot do a regular attack and is unlikely to assist one. The player will have 2/16, attack by fire, and then Kampfgruppe Stefan will shock attack. Okay, so this one will attack by fire, and then this guy will shock attack. The 2 attacks by fire, 5 to 6 again, score 1 hit and 1 miss. The Mixed Infantry Battalion has 1 step remaining and no support. Kampfgruppe Stefan moves to 3704. That is, which one? 3704. It moves to here. Technically, it could do an attack by fire before the shock attack to generate a +1 DRM, but doing so would preclude taking the bridge at 34.06. It does a shock attack without the preceding attack by fire. Using artillery, the attack is a 5, +1 for suppression, +1 for duel. The defense is a 2, +1 for terrain, and +1 for prepared defense. 7 to 4, or +3. A roll of a 6 kills the remaining step because of the situational retreat, inflicts a step loss on Stefan because of the prepared defense, and places a traffic marker in the hex, precluding Stefan's attempt to possibly capture the bridge. Okay. Attack by fire. Attack by fire allows armor value units to attack non-armor value units. Effectively, the armor value unit is shelling the enemy with high explosive rounds. Attack by fire is resolved using the barrage table and counts as one fire event. Design note: armor value units fire on other armor value units using the engagement table, but they fire on non-armor value units using the barrage table in the form of attacks by fire. The difference here comes from how the combat is being fought. Obviously, armor value versus armor value is a contest of machines, while armor value versus non-armor value represents something more akin to shelling, like a barrage, the target unit's position. Any number of attacks by fire can be made against a given hex. Attack by fires can be made in any sequence, before or after any attacks. Attack by fire requirements. The fire is adjacent to the target. The target contains no armor value, real or support. The target is in an objective zone. The fire could be stopped but is not finished. Firing unit requirements. Each attack by fire is made by a single unit. Only unit types listed on the unit capabilities chart can conduct attacks by fire. The firing unit must win any required stopping engagement before making an attack by fire. Procedure: resolve attacks by fire exactly like a 1 artillery or airpoint barrage, using the attack by fire column on the barrage table. Let me see if I can find that quickly. What do we got here? No. Snafu, retreat, or snafu, combat, barrage table. Here we go. Here it is. Barrage table, attack by fire. So if the target is a hard unit, deployed standoff unit, or an urban hex, if it's a city hex, if it's a terrain hex, or prepared defense, none of the above. Roll 1 die per unit in the target hex. Apply 1 step loss for each roll in the listed range. If multiple rows apply, use the one with the least loss probability. Okay? Where was I? Every attack by fire is resolved individually. They are never combined, nor can they ever be combined with artillery or air points to create larger barrages. Okay? Attack by fire as suppression. Attacks by fire never qualify as a suppression barrage for a regular attack, but could apply as a similar DRM to a shock attack by that same unit immediately following its attack by fire. Such an attack by fire suppression can only affect that one shock attack, but could be in addition to the actual suppression DRM +1 from artillery or air points. Attack by fire example. The 560th Volksgrenadier unit support, displayed for example purposes. This one here. An objective zone includes the German unit. Okay? Here, Harper, this one, will move into 27.32. 27.32, presumably this space here, adjacent to the Volksgrenadier unit. As the US player wants to hit the German unit multiple times with attack by fires, he must drop the support. The shot on the support is a -1 on the target. The shot on the support is a -1 on the target in the support section of the engagement table. A roll of 8 drops the support. Harper has used one of his fire events. The player wants to block the road by moving into 27.31. So Harper cannot expend its second fire event from there as an attack by fire, as it will not be adjacent. 27. Okay, so he moved there. So he was there, and then he moved back there, I guess. Staying adjacent to do so would make it stopped in 27.32 here. At this point, Task Force Rose has moved into firing position with both fire events available. The support that was dropped by Harper remains dropped for the rest of the activation. The German unit is in terrain, a village. Rose makes both shots and is now stopped in that hex. The rolls of 4 and 6 equate to 1 step loss on the German Volksgrenadier unit. Note that the 4 missed because the barrage table's attack by fire column, unlike the artillery column, requires a 5 or a 6 to hit. Okay.
Barrage. Barrages come in 2 basic forms: destruction and suppression. Destruction barrages are designed to inflict losses on the enemy. They do so using the barrage table and can use up to 3 artillery or air points in a single barrage. Roll 1 die for each point expended per target unit, not per stack, to determine losses. Suppression barrages inflict no loss, but improve your combats by allowing a positive DRM. Effectively, they force the enemy's head down and allow your assault forces to advance to very close range before the defense can regroup. A formation's associated artillery points can be used at any point during that formation's activation to execute a barrage, but each artillery point can only be used once per phase. The formation's total is refreshed in each activity phase, including in a formation's second activation, if any. Unused artillery points cannot be saved for later use. Snafu results can affect the number of artillery points a formation might have available. A headquarters can be assigned any number of artillery points in addition to its printed intrinsic artillery points. While the printed intrinsic artillery points never change, the player can assign or unassign the other artillery points as desired in the assignment phase. Once assigned, only that formation can use them until they are reassigned elsewhere. Use of an unassigned artillery point does not remove it. It is refreshed each activity phase, just like intrinsic artillery points are. You could also be issued air points representing available aircraft strikes. Air points follow the same handling rules as artillery points, except you do not assign air points to specific headquarters. They are kept in a pool available for their side. They can be used in any friendly activation. Each air point can only be used once in a given turn and are not refreshed like artillery points. Unused air points cannot be saved and used later. Snafu results do not affect air points. Okay. A hex can be subject to only 1 destruction barrage or suppression barrage per activation. Attacks by fire are not restricted by this rule. You must declare the number of artillery or air points to be used before rolling. Okay. So you can use air points
for destruction barrages or suppression barrages. Okay, interesting. Make any desired barrages before, during, and or after any unit's movement, provided there is a qualified spotter of the active formation available. The target hex must be in an objective zone, and if the barrage is not part of an attack sequence, the spotter must stop. Okay. Spotting. All barrages of either type must be spotted by a unit that began the activity phase in command radius and which is no more than 4 hexes away, or the game-specific visibility, whichever is less, from the target. It is assigned to the active formation, including its headquarters and combat trains. Combat trains are exempt from the command radius requirement above. On a line to the target with no blocking terrain for line of sight, and in any status, unused, stopped, or even finished. Suppression barrages. A suppression barrage made during a regular attack automatically earns a +2 DRM. Suppression barrages only use one artillery or air point and never generate a loss roll. Shock attack suppression only obtains a +1 DRM using an artillery or air point. No barrage made outside an attack of either type applies any suppression effect. Destruction barrages. Resolve destruction barrages on the barrage table using its artillery column. For each artillery or air point expended, roll 1 die for each unit in the targeted hex. Do not roll for support. For example, if you fire 3 artillery points at a hex with a stack of 2 units, you will make a total of 6 die rolls, with 3 rolls against each of the units in the target hex. Use the row designated by terrain and or target type, using the lowest casualty rate row that applies. The results for each roll will be either no effect or a step loss. Losses come from the unit being rolled against at that moment. The number of artillery or air points that can be used in a destruction barrage varies according to the situation. Up to 3 points as part of a regular attack, 1 point as part of a shock attack, and 1 point when not part of any attack. Destruction barrages never apply a DRM to any attack. Let's look at the example. Artillery barrage. Here, several situations will be explained, all of which assume the needed objective zones. It is the German player's activation. He wishes to barrage the 3 stacks of US units. These are the options that are available. He can fire 1 artillery point at the hex as a destruction mission and make no attack. He can attack and then use 1 artillery point as a suppression mission, or he can attack and use 1, 2, or 3 artillery points as a destruction mission. He can only attack 1 of the 3 hexes with the assist DRM for the 2nd German unit. So the other 2 can only get a single point destruction barrage each. He could use the 2 German units separately and attack 2 hexes, but would then forego any assist DRM. If the suppression mission option is chosen, there is no roll for step losses, but the +2 DRM for suppression helping the attack is automatic. For example purposes here, the player is going to attack the 1st 38th Infantry Battalion's hex. 1st 38th, this one, and is firing 3 artillery points at the hex in a destruction mission. This gives 3 chances for a step kill, but no CRT DRM. In terrain, the roll on the barrage table to generate a step loss is 4 to 6. Oh, because he's in the woods. Because there are 3 artillery points being used, this barrage will take 6 rolls of 1 die to execute, 3 on each unit in the target hex, because there are 2 units in the hex. The German player rolls 1, 6, and 2 against the top US unit for 1 step loss. He then rolls 4, 6, and 2 against the bottom US unit for 2 step losses. That was what I was wondering while I was reading this, was could you inflict multiple step losses against a single unit? And it looks like you can. These losses are marked on the 2 US units, and the attack sequence continues onto the combat table itself. Note that in spite of the large amount of artillery poured onto the target, there is no DRM for suppression in this case. Either before or after executing the attack and its barrages, the German player fires 1 artillery point at each of the other 2 hexes, one of which is a double stack. So these 2 hexes, and this is the one with the double stack. This obtains 1 extra loss. The German player has used 5 of his 6 artillery points, but has no further targets to use. The last point is wasted. Retreats. Both the combat and engagement tables produce retreat results. There are a few types of retreat. Only the combat table produces situational retreats, which may allow the units to stand fast at a cost in step losses, and automatic retreats involving units regrouping back at the headquarters now or in the next turn. All engagement table retreat results, unless modified by another rule, and some combat table retreat results merely require a stack to retreat 3 hexes and flip to its move side. To determine the manner and type of a retreat a unit must execute, follow the retreat execution chart to apply the needed conditions. Retreat execution chart. I guess that's on the player aid. Let's see. Let's take a look. Retreat execution, here we go. So, just a flow chart, sort of. Okay. It just tells you, it basically tells you based on your situation how you're going to retreat. Okay. Retreats are unaffected by engagement and screen zones. Exceptions. Headquarters requirement 4.5a and the changes in the result against screen zone units 4.6b. Retreats are generally unaffected by terrain, enemy units, or enemy zones of control, except in the retreat's ending hex and if no safe path applies. The retreat itself has no path, and the unit will arrive at the ending hex via routes and abilities below the level of the game. Remember, the game's perfect arrangement of units on a grid does not imply such perfection also exists in real life. Yes, even this. Life is never as clean, well-timed, and orderly as it looks on the map. The cavalry does escape, so he's totally surrounded on all 6 hexes, but he still gets out. Retreat to the rear. The owner retreats his units locally to the rear. Simply pick up the stack and place it in the new hex. Apply these guidelines to help determine the retreating stack's final location. They are arranged in priority order. If more than one hex is roughly as qualified, the owner decides. Retreat direction guidelines. Try to end a retreat in a hex based on the following guidelines in order of importance. Away from the local enemy units, especially the attack or fire units. Free from enemy zones of control. Containing a permissible terrain type. Better suited for defense. Closer to the unit's headquarters. Not blocking enemy safe paths or MSRs. Closer to the combat trains. Closer to the formation's last supply source if the formation does not have a complete MSR. Your retreat should try to fulfill as many of these guidelines as possible. Headquarters and combat trains retreat according to the guidelines above and 4.7e and 4.7h only when an enemy unit enters their hex, 4.7d, such as in an advance after combat, after the other units in their hex must execute a retreat result or are destroyed. Okay. No safe path. Always apply any listed step loss result first, and then the following if no safe path exists. If there is no retreat result, you are done. If there is a retreat result and the units are leg or truck movement allowance, each unit suffers one additional step loss and ignores the actual retreat result. Tactical movement allowance units and units conducting voluntary retreats are unaffected by no safe path concerns. This one is a little bit confusing to me. Are they saying in the ending hex? No, it must be in the starting hex. Well, no, maybe not. Situational retreats. Given that 5.5c does not apply, units with this combat table result will retreat 3 hexes and flip to their move side. Or, if in key terrain or prepared defense, make no retreat, but each unit in the defender's stack must take 1 step loss. If the attack unit is killed in the combat result, ignore any situational retreat result completely, regardless of how it would have been executed. Automatic retreats. Given that 5.5c does not apply, leg and truck movement allowance units with this combat table result must retreat to its headquarters if it qualifies as an HQ refuge and flip to their move sides. To have an HQ refuge, the headquarters must have a location where units can end their retreat in or adjacent to their headquarters hex, and this ending hex must be 3 hexes or more from the retreat's starting hex. If its headquarters refuge is unavailable, remove the retreating units from play. They return in the next turn's reinforcement phase to any hex in or adjacent to their headquarters, regardless of the MSR being complete or not. Return them on their move side. Automatic retreat results for tactical movement allowance and unassigned independent units are always 3 hexes and a flip to move side, but never require sending the unit to its headquarters or removal from the map. Retreat the whole stack. Retreats involve all the combat units in a hex. Combat units typically retreat together to a common hex. See play note. If a hex contains both armor value and non-armor value units, the applicable engagement table or combat table result determines the retreat applicable to the entire stack. But evaluate each unit's safe path effect separately based on its own movement allowance. If a hex contains both units and headquarters or combat trains, retreat the units first, then apply the headquarters or combat trains rules separately. Play note. A hex containing both leg movement allowance and tactical movement allowance units could get an automatic retreat result. The leg movement allowance units would go to or adjacent to their headquarters, while the tactical movement allowance units merely retreat 3 hexes. As a result, there might be 2 ending hexes because of the 2 applicable sets of retreat instructions. A similar type of situation can occur when safe path or situational retreats apply to the units in a hex differently. Apply the above to each unit's specific requirements. The ending hex. A retreat's ending hex cannot contain an enemy unit, or be terrain the move side retreating stack could not enter during movement. If this causes a stack to be unable to retreat, the stack takes an extra step loss per unit and stays in the hex instead. Stays in its starting hex, I guess. Each applicable unit takes one step loss if their retreat's ending hex contains an enemy zone of control that applies to the retreating unit's movement allowance type. All enemy zones of control affect leg and truck movement allowance units. Only real armor value enemy zones of control affect tactical movement allowance units. Tactical movement allowance units ignore all support armor value enemy zones of control and non-armor value enemy zones of control. The map edge. Units may freely retreat off the map edge. Such units come back as reinforcements the next turn in any friendly controlled entry area, owner's choice, along that same map edge. A player controls an entry area hex if his units occupy or were the last to move through that hex, or can reasonably be assumed to have done so before play began. Units without a movement allowance. A unit with no printed movement allowance, which is forced to retreat, is destroyed instead. Retreat. Here, fires from Spitze here have forced the 32nd Cavalry to retreat. Cavalry Battalion. Because this is from the engagement table, the retreat is automatically 3 hexes and a flip to move side. The flip does not occur as the unit is already on its move side. Furthermore, the lack of a safe path does not matter as the unit is tactical movement allowance. Okay, so it's in your starting hex. The safe path thing is your starting hex. The most logical retreat point is to hex F here. It is away from the local enemy, in terrain, toward the headquarters, and is on a road leading to the headquarters and the enemy could use. Okay, because his headquarters is right there. A and B are both bad because they are in armor value enemy zones of control. C and D are not locally away from the enemy and are not closer to the headquarters. E and G are not unreasonable, but are not as useful to the player as F. H is a possibility, but risks blocking an enemy MSR on the nearby secondary road here, and would be ruled out if that was the case. Okay. Advance after combat. If the defending stack in a regular or shock attack retreats or is destroyed, the attack unit must advance into the defender's hex. This advance after combat does not cost movement points, ignores command radius, enemy zones of control, and does not incur stopping engagements. A unit can create mixed formations as the result of an advance after combat. Okay, so that would be a bad thing. Assist units. Assists can advance after combat if they were stacked with the attack unit. Assist units in other locations cannot advance. Even if an assist is allowed, it is an option to an assist. It is never mandatory, as is the case with the attack unit. Command radius. While command radius does not restrict any advance after combat, exiting command radius will still subject a unit to isolation effects. Headquarters and combat trains. Advance after combat could cause enemy headquarters and or combat trains to be jumped when the advancing enemy units enters their hex. I think this is related to the next section.
Odd situations. Urban warfare. Urban fighting is a slow, exhausting process where the two sides expend themselves clearing the enemy out of city blocks, room by room and floor by floor. Urban warfare requires special treatment. Design note. In a nutshell, urban warfare revolves around wresting control of enemy hexes and increasing the control of your own. If you just sit passively and absorb attacks, the enemy will win. You must be actively trying to reclaim any territory he takes. The control marker system exists to make clearing urban terrain take more time than the usual open field fighting. But just because it moves slowly doesn't mean you can avoid participating in the back and forth. These rules only apply to urban hexes and never to the more common city hexes. Panzer's Last Stand is the first BCS game to feature actual urban hexes. What's the difference between urban and city? Okay. How urban warfare works. Losses change a hex's control status until forcing a withdrawal, leaving the hex unoccupied. The first side entering an empty hex will then control it. Control moves back and forth depending on both sides' results over time. Only occupied urban hexes are controlled. Neither player controls any empty urban hex, regardless of where this hex is located or what units used to be there. Control is on a continuum and can change in either direction. Hexes can be either fully or partially controlled. A control marker designates partially controlled hexes as listed to the left. Okay, that's what this is. A hex can only obtain a none control when its units have exited or are destroyed. Okay. If a withdrawal vacates a hex, remove its control marker. The first active unit to move into such a hex will establish total friendly control of it. In contrast, for an empty hex from unit destruction, see 6.1c Part 4. Standard rules exceptions. Normal BCS rules apply to urban hexes, except for the following. Retreats. Apply all retreat results as no retreat, regardless of retreat type or table, if the unit involved is in an urban hex. No advance after combat. Units never advance after combat into or out of an urban hex, regardless if the defending units are destroyed or withdrawal. Barrages per hex. Instead of only one barrage per hex per activation, any urban hex can be subject to up to one destruction plus any number of suppression barrages. What's the rationale for that? Attacks per hex. An urban hex can be attacked on the combat table any number of times in an activation. Okay. Singletons. If a single unit, regardless of its number of steps, defends an urban hex, its attacker applies an additional +2 DRM. Wonder what the rationale for that is. Hex control special cases. It is possible for both the attacking and defending hexes in a combat to have control markers in their respective urban hexes. But a single hex can never contain more than one. If active units abandon a hex containing a control marker, the marker remains until play moves on to a new formation. If your units re-enter the orphaned marker's hex before then, they inherit the marker. Okay. Design note. The timing here matters. Otherwise, it would be possible to exit a hex, remove its control marker, then move that unit or some other back into the hex. And that movement could happen in a later second activation as well. If the enemy gets an activation before you can do this,
then at least they had a chance to occupy the hex before your little trick was finished and possibly you gave him that hex for free. Don't say you wouldn't do it, because you know you or someone playing against you would do exactly that. So I guess the idea here is the control marker shows like a degradation in control. So by like refreshing it, you're basically refreshing your control of the hex. Okay. If no enemy armor value or attack capable unit remains adjacent to a control marker's hex, remove it immediately. Okay, so that's like refreshing your control. If inactive units are destroyed, leaving a hex vacant, the active units adjacent to it enter and claim the hex, even if no attack was being made. Okay. The newly acquired hex will have its control level shifted by 1 in the active player's favor, as per the following example. The active player must advance at least one adjacent unit into the hex, but can advance more than one if he prefers. Okay, so the inactive units would be like the defender, and the active units would be like an attacker. An attack by fire generates a step loss, killing a Soviet unit and leaving the hex empty. The Axis player selects his choice of active units in any status adjacent to this hex to advance into it, provided he advances at least one of them. The new Axis hex gets a control marker based on whichever of the following was true for the original Soviet unit. If the original hex had no control marker, then you've got partial Soviet control. If it had a partial Soviet control marker, then you have partial Axis control. And if it had a partial Axis control marker, then you have full Axis control. Okay, I understand. So basically you can't take over the hex entirely with one move. Hex control changes. In addition to normal step losses, each step loss in an activation, regardless of how inflicted, causes one control level change to a hex. Loss results giving more than one step loss, for example, a barrage that causes 2 step losses, apply one control change level for each step loss inflicted. Interesting. Apply all control changes after all parts of an attack on a hex have been completed. Losses to the attacker have no effect on control level change. For example, if a hex absorbs 2 losses from a pre-attack barrage, and the attack's combat table result gives a defender loss, 3 levels of control change occur, but are constrained by the maximum of 3 available changes that can apply to one hex. This could be either from total friendly control to partial friendly control, to partial enemy control, or partial friendly control to partial enemy control to withdrawal, as the case might be. Okay, got it. So that would be the 3-step change, I think. If all 3 levels of control change cannot be used on the one hex, any excess is lost. Control change decisions. The active player determines which hex applies a control change separately for each loss. The hex selected must be either the hex that took the loss result or the hex containing the attack unit or fire. The stack containing an assist, unless it also contains the attack unit, cannot apply any control change. Execute these at the moment loss results occur. Okay, so I think the idea here is if you have an attacking unit in an urban hex and it attacks another urban hex, you can shift the status of either of those 2 hexes, assuming like the hex you're attacking in from was you did not have full control of it already. The player can change control over his own urban hex by applying a control change for a loss that's stack inflicted on an enemy-occupied hex, even one that is not itself urban. Okay, got it. Withdrawal. When a hex's control moves from enemy partial control to withdrawal, execute the following. Withdrawing units must move one hex into a hex free of any enemy units. Okay. If no such hex exists, destroy the withdrawing units. And the withdrawing units must flip to their move sides. Enemy zones of control have no effect on urban withdrawal. Only enemy-occupied hexes do. Okay. Let's look at this table on the previous page. Urban control, none. How marked, nothing. No marker, no units from either side. Total friendly. Friendly units, but no marker. Partial friendly. Friendly units with a friendly partial control marker. Partial enemy. Friendly units with an enemy partial control marker. And withdrawal. Friendly units withdraw, remove the control marker with no advance after combat for the enemy units. Got it. Formation destruction. When formation destruction applies, if a formation loses its last non-support unit in play, counting both intrinsic and assigned units, the formation itself is destroyed. Okay. Units returning from retreat results and any units reinforcing the formation on the order of arrival are in play and may affect formation destruction. Okay. So if the headquarters is still on the map and it has no units on the map, but it has some units returning to the map, even if it's just on the order of arrival, then you don't remove the headquarters. Handling the formation's units. Pull the following from play after noting the effect of reinforcements arriving at the headquarters in 6.2d. Remove the headquarters support units, regardless if they could be real or not, intrinsic or assigned. Combat trains. The formation's dead units retain any partial rebuilding that has occurred, in case 6.2c applies later. Okay. Assigned artillery points become unassigned and are available for a new assignment in the next assignment phase. Will they return to play? The removed formation and its units return to play in their original states, except fatigue, see below, if non-support only units belonging to the formation arrive later via the order of arrival or because of retreat result execution. If this occurs, follow 6.2d when the first such unit arrives. If no units arrive later, the formation is eliminated permanently. So then you do remove it if... Okay, it's a bit confusing. So do you... So it sounds like you... That's not clear to me. It sounds like you do remove them, the headquarters from the map once there are no units for it on the map at the moment. right, well, I'll have to look at that. Return to play with reinforcements. The headquarters returns as Fatigue 2, regardless of what it had when removed. Dead units return to the dead pile in their original states, but with any partial rebuilds intact. Support units come back with their remaining steps intact. Okay. The headquarters, the combat trains, and the arriving dead and support units return with the reinforcements, with the following exception. So that's where you put them on the map. Okay, I was wondering, like, okay, if you remove the headquarters when it doesn't have any child units on the map, where do you bring it in again? And now it's saying you bring it in with the reinforcements, presumably at the edge of the map. If the reinforcements are listed as arriving at the headquarters support and combat trains stay on the map rather than getting pulled off as in 6.2b. While in that status, the formation must still activate normally. Got it. Attacks from off-map. If enemy units occupy a friendly entry area hex, your units can still try to enter using an attack from off-map. For purposes of this rule, you are assumed to be the player attempting entry. If you are defending from such an attack, remember to change the references from your units to his units, and so on. Design note. Obviously, the problem with map edge hexes is that players use them as literally the end of the world. The above rule, allowing the entering units to take advantage of the fact that not only does the world not end right there, but there are lots of units as well as space to operate that is outside the normal scope of play. So if you don't want to deal with the dragons just off map, then back up to allow the normal use of the entry hex. Basically, attacks from off map temporarily extend the map one additional hex out from the map edge and gives a couple of benefits, full snafu and the +2 DRM, to help the reinforcements get into normal play. And no, the enemy player cannot also try to occupy that off-map hex. You are considered to have a virtual off-map hex adjacent to his unit, occupying your entry area hex. This hex is assumed to contain the same type of roads as the entry area hex itself. Both your attack unit and assist units, if any, are assumed to be in this hex. Your units can attack from that hex, but the enemy cannot attack or barrage your units while they are in it. There is no hex side feature between your hex and the map. The units needing to make the above attack are assumed to have a full snafu result. There is no need to roll for it. If the rest of their formation is on map, handle their snafu normally, but the off-map units still have their assumed full snafu. Only regular attacks are allowed from off-map. Off-map attacks obtain a +2 DRM on the combat table. Shock attacks, engagements, attack by fires, and non-attack barrages are not allowed from off-map. Exception. The player can make use of a barrage as part of his regular attack. Once the units are back on the map, all normal rules apply again. If the attack fails and the units do not enter the map, they remain off-map as per 2.1d Part 3 and can try again in their next activation. Planned fatigue. This is a series of interrelated concepts first proposed by Jim Stravers. You should use the entire package if used at all, and only after you feel fully grounded in the standard system. Fatigue snafu DRMs. Only use fresh +1, fatigue 4 -1, and the others are all +0. Okay, not sure of the effect of that. Fatigue increase. Do not use the fatigue increase table or make any die roll. Instead, you pay fatigue to purchase the following: Action. Place an extra non-recon objective. Fatigue increase 1. Place any objective more than 15 hexes from the headquarters. What are these asterisks? Objectives can only be created in the usual time in the sequence. If you create an extra non-recon objective that is also more than 15 hexes away from the headquarters, the fatigue cost for both is only 1 level. Both the objective cost and traffic marker removal, well, let me see here. Remove 1 traffic marker, conduct a forced march, use a second activation DRM of +2. Both the objective cost and traffic marker removal can be done more than once in an activation. Pay separately each time. For example, removing 2 traffic markers will generate a cost of 2. Traffic marker removal at the end of the activity phase is free. Fatigue level 4. Fatigue 4 effects apply instantly when a formation obtains a Fatigue 4 marker, even during the current activation. Fatigue recovery is required if the formation is Fatigue 4 when an initial activation begins. Fatigue 4 formations cannot pay fatigue for anything. Snafu results. Full snafu results give only 1 free objective. Partial and fail snafu results give no free objectives. Okay. Forced march. After applying snafu results, multiply each unit's movement allowance by 3. The formation can only do this once in a game turn, and only in an initial activation. It requires purchase in 6.4b. No combat operations are allowed. No objectives are placed, no fire events used, no bridges tested, and no units exited for victory purposes. No second activation is allowed. Fatigue recovery. Handle fatigue recovery normally. Standoff armor value versus red support. Players may wish more fidelity in the actions of standoff armor value units, deployed or as support, when defending against attacks by units with red armor value support. The additional workload and rare occurrence makes this rule strictly optional. It can be confusing given that a defending standoff unit or host with standoff in support becomes the firer for a very brief engagement before the original attack is resolved. Don't confuse attacker and firer. The engagement happens the instant after announcing the attack unit, but before determining the combat table DRMs. The standoff armor value fires on the attack unit's support using the target is support section of the engagement table. The engagement might drop red AV support or red armor value support at the moment, so the attacker will not get his support DRM. Apply any step loss to the firer or target normally, except a firer step loss will not drop any defender support, unless the firer is destroyed after taking the step loss. The attacker's support reappears the moment the attack is completed. There is no ability to engage in this way if the attack unit itself is dual. Okay. And next is the glossary, which I think I'm going to put in earlier in the sequence to match what the support book recommended. So that's the end of the rules. Oh, and now I should read this, where is it? Example activation in the support book. I think that's good to include with the reading of the rules. So skip to the end. Here we go. Complete activation example. In this example, we will follow the activation of the 12th Volksgrenadier Division at the start of last Blitzkrieg. It will not be a canned example. Events will play out as they actually do, nor is it perfect play. It is here as a straight version of what can happen in an activation, not a look at everything that could happen in one. This is the at-start situation. The 99th Infantry Division headquarters has been moved into an easier-to-see position. So that's this, right, I think. Yeah, I think that's that. You can't see it that well. At the far right of the image is the 12th Volksgrenadier combat trains, here, which are currently stacked with the 3rd Fallschirmjäger combat trains, and ensuring, as if it wasn't obvious enough, that they each have a case of crossing the streams. So this is the 3rd Fallschirmjäger, and this is the 12th Volksgrenadier. So they're going to be sharing their MSR, I guess. The mixed formations DRM does not apply because there's no overlap of their area of operations. First, the German player identifies that he is activating the 12th Volksgrenadier and flips the headquarters, which is that. This is the formation's initial activation, so no die roll is required to do so. Since the Germans are on the offensive, the German player is not interested in establishing a prepared defense or doing a fatigue recovery activation, and has no MSR blockage or odd combat train distance concerns to deal with, so the player moves on to Snafu. As discussed earlier, the 12th Volksgrenadier suffers from crossed streams. It has a fatigue 0, so no DRM one way or the other, is at optimal distance, in this case 10 hexes plus 1, so for a plus 1 DRM. Optimal distance from, okay, so the 10 hexes are counting, I think, from here to there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The Germans get a plus 1 game-specific Snafu DRM for this turn, but has no other effects in play. Snafu roll DRM is a net plus 1. The player rolls a 6, modified to 7, which is just barely a full. So this plus 1 cancels that minus 1, and you've got that plus 1 for net plus 1. Got it. A full Snafu allows the division to place 2 objective markers. Here I used KTX markers, which are those X markers. These things. Placed 2 objectives with these things. The VOR unit in the 12th Volksgrenadier, Kampfgruppe Holz, VOR. Well, these are all infantry, so I'm guessing it's that one. Yeah, the print is kind of blurry. Don't know what VOR stands for. Is capable of laying a recon objective, but will be unlikely to be able to use that function in this activation due to other demands on it. Okay. Looking ahead to the future, poorly, as events will show, I place both objectives in 44.20, which catches all 3 99th Infantry Division frontline units and allows the double objective zone DRMs to be used. So 44.20, I think it was, right? Yeah, 44.20, which catches all 3. So that would be this hex here, because it's a 2 hex radius from outside, so you're going to cover a circle like that, centered around that hex. Holtz moves first. Holtz is this guy. Expending 8 movement points to enter 44.19. 44.19 would be that hex there. And I'm not going to I'm not going to try to count the terrain costs to do that. Note that the overpass bridge in 47.18 is not operational, so the open terrain cost, too, was paid to move from 48.18 to 47.18. 48.18. 48.18. 20. 19.18. To 47.18 there. So I guess there's like a river there? Not sure. 15, 16, 17, 18. 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so those two hexes. Holtz will burn both fire events to drop support and be stopped in that hex to be an assist for the later attack. Okay, so he's going to try to drop the support of this unit. That's what that means. He's going to use fire events to shoot at this unit and try to drop its support, which is an anti-tank unit. Holtz engages the support in first C4420. 4420. Well, that's that hex. What does C mean? And then C4319. 4319 would be that one. Okay. So he's in that hex, and he's shooting at both of them. Oh, C must be the name of the map. Map C. Holtz is a 6. Holtz is a 6. Holtz. So 6, I think that what that means is his 2 plus his action rating and 4 is 6. But also has a +1 DRM for the double objective. Some call this a double tap. Meanwhile, the 99th Infantry Division units also have a 6 base. You add the 3 of the anti-tank weapon with the 3 action rating of the unit. So that's why it's a 6. But prepared defense also adds a +1 DRM. And they have that because you have that marker there. The firer's total, 7, minus the target's total, 7, gives a net DRM of +0 on the target is support section of the engagement table. So if I look at here, engagement table, where are you? Here it is. Target is support. There we go. Gives a net DRM of +0 on the targeted support section of the engagement. 2 dice rolls of 9 and 8 and a +0 DRM give the desired support dropped as result. 9 and 8. So that comes into this column. Got it. In order to save closer units for potential deeper operations, 1st 89th moves to 45.20. This leaves the situation as follows. Okay, so Holtz has moved here. That's the double objective, those 2 X's. And I don't know how they indicate drop support. But sure, and I don't think anything else has moved. In order to save closer units for potential deeper operations, 1st 89th moves to 55.20. 1st 89th. 1st 89th. This one, right here, moves to 45.20. 45.20 is here, adjacent to that unit. This unit makes a regular attack. What is it? It's an infantry unit? Yep. Infantry battalion. This unit makes a regular attack on 44.20 using Holtz as an assist, which finishes both units for the activation. The German player uses 1 artillery point as suppression. It is important to evict the US unit from the hex, So the +2 for suppression on the attack is much more valuable here than inflicting extra losses. Got it. The attack is worth 8. An action rating of 4 on the infantry battalion, +2 for suppression, +1 for the assist, +1 for the double objective. The defense is worth 5. An action rating of 3 on the guy, +1 for the terrain, +1 for prepared defense. So it is a net +3. The German player rolls a 5 for a modified 8 result, giving A1 situational traffic. Okay. On the combat table, A1 situational traffic. Got it. The attacking unit takes a loss, and the defender must take his situational as a step loss, staying in the hex because the unit has prepared defense. Okay. This wastes the traffic result, as that will not apply unless the defender is destroyed or retreats. First 27th and the Pioneer move to 44-18 and attack 43-19. Okay, first 27th. Where are we? First 27th and the Pioneer. Pioneer. Are these the Pioneers? No. Pioneer. Not sure what that's referring to. Move to 44-18. 44-18. So I guess that's this hex. $44, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah. So that would be that hex. And the Pioneer. Oh, so okay. So I think there's 2 units in that stack. So that's what that is, I think. The Pioneer's underneath it. And they attack 43-19, which is this one. That guy. With the main route sealed by the failure in the center, the German player uses 3 of his artillery points, he started with 6, to conduct a destruction barrage. These rolls need a 4-6 to inflict a step loss. He rolls a 6, 2, and 3 for 1 step loss. First 27th is the attack unit. The Pioneer is the assist. The attack is worth 6. 4 for the action rating, which is that little 4 there. +1 for the assist unit, +1 for the double objective. The defense is worth 5. 3 for the unit's action rating, which is that little guy there. +1 for the terrain, +1 for prepared defense. So +1 overall. A roll of 10 modified to 11 on the combat table. Combat table. 10 modified to an 11 gives a D1 loss result and a required retreat. D1 loss result and a required retreat. Got it. The US player must retreat the unit 3 hexes at least and end up on its move side adjacent to or stacked with the headquarters. 3 hexes stacked with the headquarters. So the headquarters is over here. Okay. First 27th advances into the hex. Further north, first 48th and 2nd 48th move into position to attack the 2nd 394th. So that would be that guy. 1st 48th, 2nd 48th. Okay. The German player uses his last 2 artillery points to go for kills here, rolling a 3 and a 6, getting 1 kill. The attack unit is 2nd 48th, and the assist is 1st 48th. The attack is worth 6. The action rating is 4. 1st 48th is the lead unit. No, 2nd 48th is the lead unit. Action rating is 4. +1 for the assist, +1 for the double objective. And the defense is worth 6. Action rating is 3, +1 for the terrain, +1 for support, +1 for the prepared defense. The net is +0. A roll of 6 on the combat table gives an A1. Yes. The rest of the division pushes forward, including the headquarters, which moves across the blown overpass, requiring the MSR to the combat trains to pass to the tracks in the 3rd Fallschirmjäger area. Okay. While the trains are at 15 hexes, the path is currently not complete because of the enemy zone of control in 4717. 4717. 47, 20, 19, 18, 17. Okay. Okay. The player may be hoping that other formations will shoo the 14th Cavalry unit away, but this will not help the second activation of the 12th Volksgrenadier, if there is one. As a result, the 12th Volksgrenadier trains must be removed from the map before the next snafu roll. The 12th Volksgrenadier's blob never overlaps that of the 3rd Fallschirmjäger, so no mixing occurs and no coordination markers are applied. Okay, wish it would show where the headquarters is going. Does it show in the next? Yeah, it does. Okay. The situation before cleanup is as follows. Okay, so the headquarters moved there. Oh, that's right next to where the... Okay, got it. So the headquarters moved there. This is where all the attacks were happening. So it was tracing the supply back down this road. It was tracing supply back down this road. And why? Oh, because there's a bridge here. Oh, that's what that little marker is. So there's apparently a bridge here that was blown, so it had to trace supply down this road instead, going up this track, I guess. I think that's what's happening. Yeah. Past the tracks in the 3rd Fallschirmjäger area. I think that's what this is referring to. These are the tracks. Got it. Okay. The German player, so the situation before cleanup is as follows. So they've moved up a lot of units. This is that attack that happened that caused a step loss. Moved up some other units. This unit retreated over there. And some other units were brought up. The German player rolls 1 die for fatigue. Because of the attacks, he will increase fatigue on rolls of 1 to 3. He rolls a 1 and increases fatigue. After cleanup, the result looks like the below. Looks the same at first glance. What's different? What is different? Just visually comparing. Oh. Here's fatigue 0. Here's fatigue 1. That's one difference. Any other differences? I don't. Okay, well, in this one, this guy has an 8 here. Here he has a 4. I'm not sure what that's about. I guess he was on his move side and he flipped over. Not sure. Any other changes? Yeah, I don't see any other changes. Okay. Oh, why are there 2 pictures? This is new. Okay, let's try this. I think that's maybe for the next section. German reactivation. The German player rolls 1 die to see if he can do his second activation. Obviously, he really wants to apply more effort at breaking the front line before the US player can react. A roll of 6 allows this. The headquarters is rotated to done, and the second activation continues with step A, preparation. Only the removal of the combat trains due to no complete MSR is applied, and then play moves on to snafu. Okay, is that in this chart here? Retreat, execution, sequence of play, normal activation. I think this is what it's talking about here. So when it says step A, preparation, it's referring to this here on this chart. Okay. Snafu is more complicated than last time. The trains are off map, therefore not complete, so many of the usual DRMs do not apply. Rather, they get a -1 for fatigue, +1 for the German game-specific DRM, and a -3 for the off-map trains, -3 overall. A roll of 8 gives a modified roll of 5, which is a partial. Most importantly for this activation, the number of available artillery points is halved to 3. All units move at half movement allowance, and only one objective is allowed. The single objective is placed on 4420, so that's what this was I was looking at here. So this image is referring to this second activation. First 27th moves to 4220. First 27th. First 27th moves to 4220, which is this X, I think. And second 27th moves into 4521. Second 27th, 4521, which would be that X. Okay. This cuts the safe path to first 394th, I guess that unit, in 4420. Yeah, that one. So this guy has no safe path now because of these 2 hexes are now in the zone of control of these units, I imagine. Okay. Kampfgruppe Holtz is again pressed into service. Holtz, this guy, to drop support on the intended target, first 394th, that guy. 6 versus 7. So 2 plus 4 is 6 versus 7. 3 plus his... Oh, no. Wait. Why is it 6 versus 7? 6 versus 7. 3. His support is worth 3. 6 versus 7, or a net DRM of -1. I'm not sure why it's 6 versus 7. Roll of a 7 is just barely enough to drop support. Several options present themselves at this point. So again, for that, you're rolling on the engagement table, I think. Target is support, and he gets that result. Several options present themselves at this point. Holtz could be used for an assist and make an attack by fire. It could do a shock attack. Shock attacks are best designed for weak targets. This target is not weak. Holtz could also lead the attack, which would get an additional DRM because it is a dual unit. Holtz will do the assist attack by fire roll. Here, the attack by fire works with a roll of 5, killing a step. So that, I think, is on the barrage table. Yeah. So for that, you roll on the barrage table. He's in a terrain hex, and he rolls a 5, which works, succeeds. Because of the partial, the German player only has 3 artillery points to use, and decides to burn them on this attack in an effort to kill the unit outright. Rolls of 3, 6, and 3 kill 1 step, leaving the unit with 3 steps remaining. First 89th is the attack unit again, with Holtz as the assist. First 89th, so that's that unit. Holtz is assisting. The attack is worth 5. Action rating of 4. That guy has an action rating of 4, plus 1 for the assist. While the defense is worth 5. An action rating of 3, plus 1 for the terrain, plus 1 for the prepared defense. So a plus 0 DRM overall. A roll of 6 on the combat table gives an A1 result. The lack of a retreat result frees the first 394th from the no safe path loss. I see. Got it. Second 48th and first 48th execute the same attack as in the first activation. So that's these two guys attacking that unit. This time with no artillery support. The attack is 5 versus 6, same as the first activation, less the double objective that existed then. -1 DRM. A roll of 7 gives a modified 6, or another A1 result. So why did they do that? Desperation, I guess. The positions at this point are illustrated in the illustration at left. Okay, right, that's what I was thinking. Got it. Okay. The German player must roll for fatigue this time. Because he did attacks, the roll to increase fatigue is still 1 to 3. A roll of 2 does just that, and the division will carry a fatigue 2 into its next activation. The end result of this rather ineffective pair of activations, fairly normal for beating on decent troops with prepared defense in terrain, with good attacking infantry lacking in supporting arms. Okay. It was a mistake to move the headquarters the way I did, blocking off the trains. In the next activation of this division, the situation with the trains had better be cleaned up, or the suffering for that poor planning will continue to affect them. The trains cannot move to the map as yet, as there is no hex that allows a complete MSR. As such, in the next preparation phase, the 12th Volksgrenadier will get an MSR blocked level 1 marker, which will slow things down while the MSR gets straightened out. Okay, so this is the final situation. Fatigue 2, MSR blocked 1, and everything else I think is the same. This guy's turned upside down because he is finished. Anything else? I think that's it. Activation sequence flowchart. Yeah, well, you can use this stuff when you're actually playing the game. But that is the end of the rules and the stuff in the series book. What is it called? Series support book that I thought was important to include when reading the rules. Anything else? There they are. Done.